Chapter 1757. In Lu Yin's eyes, the number of rune lines in the poisonous gas surpassed that of an enlighter, which meant that it was a very dangerous thing. The old man's rune lines surpassed the poisonous gas, so he had no problem walking on it. However, the old man seemed to be researching something. What interested Lu Yin the most was the old man's identity, as there was a symbol on his robes. Windrift Hall. Lu Yin walked out of the spacecraft and headed towards the old man. The old man was dressed in a white robe, and he was focused on the strange flower within the poisonous gas. Lu Yin did not disturb the old man and simply stood behind him. He waited for more than 20 hours until the flower began to shrink. The old man suddenly reached out and grabbed it before putting it away with a satisfied smile on his face. "Senior, what are you doing?" Lu Yin asked. His voice was not loud, but it still startled the old man in this silent space. The old man turned around with an ugly expression, but when he saw Lu Yin's curious gaze, he relaxed and patted his chest. "Kid, don't you know that you can scare me to death?" Lu Yin apologized. "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to scare you." The old man waved a hand. "I know. You've been here for a long time." "More than 20 hours, Lu Yin replied. The old man sighed in admiration. "You've been here for more than 20 hours and you've waited with me without disturbing me. You're pretty good. Hey kid, have we met before? You look familiar to me." Lu Yin smiled. "I'm Lu Yin." The old man thought for a moment before coming to a realization. "Lu Yin, I remember now. You're the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader. You're a big shot." Lu Yin replied, "I'm not a big shot. May I ask for Senior's name?" "I'm Greengrass." The old man beamed. Lu Yin was surprised. "Windrift Hall's Hall Master, Master Greengrass?" The old man smiled and waved his hand. "It's not worth mentioning." Lu Yin was filled with respect as he had not expected this old man to be the Windrift Hall's Hall Master. Although Windrift Hall was not a large organization, the people there were highly respected. This was because the people there were all cultivators who could heal and save people. They did not have any conflicts of interest with any other organization, and they often did things to help the world. If Shamrock Enterprises was said to have created medicine for profit, then Windrift Hall was said to have a kind heart. Actually, the path of cultivation was cruel and merciless, and Lu Yin had never believed that such a power existed. Even if it had been established with such intentions, it would have changed over time, but Windrift Hall had never changed. This was also why Lu Yin had not left when he saw that the elder had come from Windrift Hall. He had stayed behind because he hoped that he could help this group of elders. After all, Windrift Hall's Tsing Dai had saved Zhou Day Night at the pirate port. Coco and Zora were all very good people, so Lu Yin had a good impression of Windrift Hall. Windrift Hall deserved respect. The Windrift Hall has saved the world and I'm indebted to them. Master Grass has been of great help to the world and I'm very grateful, Lu Yin said sincerely. Master Qing Chao smiled. "Don't mind it too much. Windrift Hall does heal and save people, but part of the reason is because they like to study medicine. Plus, they don't lack money, so they often help for free. If they lack money, it's a different story, huh?" Lu Yin smiled. "If Windrift Hall ever needs money, I'm willing to help." "Then I'll have to thank you, Alliance Leader Lu. I've heard that you have plenty of money, so I won't stand on ceremony," Master Grass said frankly. Lu Yin looked at the poisonous gas to the side. "What were you doing, Master?" Master Grass replied, "The goo flow zone is sick and I'm treating it." Lu Yin was stunned and blinked, not understanding. "Master, what are you talking about?" Master Grass smiled. "The goo flow zone is sick and I'm treating it." Lu Yin looked around. "So that's how it is." Master Greengrass laughed. "You can understand?" "Not at all." Master Grass smiled. "Life is a very mysterious state. It can repair itself and repel substances that are harmful to it. For example, when a person falls sick, some minor illnesses can be healed on their own. The goo flow zone is also a life form that uses poison as its blood and planets as its meridians. Now that it's sick, I want to find the cause. Now that you've explained it, I understand. But how do I treat the illness?" "That's right." Master Grass shook his head. "I'm not sure. I've been studying here for over 100 years, but I still haven't found the cause." "How can you tell that the goo flow zone is sick?" "It's very simple. There's an abnormality in the poisonous gas circulation, just like how there's an abnormality in a person's breathing. You can tell from that." You can't tell. Lu Yin was speechless. Fine, everyone had their own areas of expertise and even a normal person would not be able to tell from looking at the rune lines. Master Grass's observation of the Gu flow zone was definitely different from Lu Yin's observation of the Gu flow zone. I know you can't tell, Master Grass said softly. Lu Yin pursed his lips. At first he had thought that Master Grass was straightforward, but now he felt like this old man was actually stupid. If he knew that Lu Yin could not tell, then why did he still ask? Here's something for you. Master Grass took out a blade of grass from his cosmic ring and handed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Grass. He thought back to Master Grass's title. Could this be the power vessel that had made him famous? Although Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised, he did not look forward to it. Master Grass was just an enlighter with a power level of less than 400,000. He was respected mainly because of his research on medicine and his spirit of saving lives, not because of his strength. Even if this blade of grass was a power vessel, it did not have many powerful uses. Lu Yin took it and looked at it seriously. He frowned as there were no rune lines on it. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary blade of grass. Senior, what's this? Lu Yin did not understand. Master Grass solemnly replied, Grass. This junior knows. Then why are you asking? Lu Yin paused. Why are you giving me this blade of grass? Master Grass said seriously, look, when the day comes when you can see that this grass is looking at you, you'll be able to see that the Gu flow zone is breathing. Or rather, in the universe, any natural state or any operating order can breathe and they all have life. Lu Yin blinked. This sounded very sophisticated and logical, but why did he feel that something was off? Suddenly Lu Yin thought of something and asked, do battle techniques breathe as well? Master Grass looked at Lu Yin in shock and praised, Kid, you're very perceptive. So, battle techniques breathe as well? Are you asking me? I thought you were very sure. Continue to work hard, Master Grass sighed. Lu Yin left as Master Grass wanted to continue his research. There was no need to worry about his safety since he had been in the Gu flow zone for over 100 years. Before leaving, Lu Yin asked about Coco and the others. It had been a long time since they had met and Master Grass was at a loss. He had completely forgotten who they were. There was a huge continent at the center of the Gu flow zone that was enveloped in poisonous gas. Rumor had it that the most primitive and powerful creatures of the Gu flow zone lived beneath it, but no one knew exactly what they were. There was a city at the center of the divine Gu continent called Gu King City, which was the capital of the divine Gu dynasty. The Qing family had been established in this city and ruled over the entire divine Gu dynasty. It was not easy for outsiders to enter the divine Gu continent, as they had to pass an identity check. In order to travel on the continent, one had to have a token issued by the divine Gu dynasty. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to resist the countless poisonous insects and beasts beneath the continent. Of course, this was only limited to ordinary cultivators. To the second Night King, the divine Gu continent, Gu King City, and even the divine Gu dynasty's imperial palace were all transparent and easy to enter. The second Night King? Young King Qing blurted out in surprise as he stared at the man quietly drinking in the emperor's garden. Although the divine Gu dynasty was sealed off, it was not completely isolated from the rest of the world. They still paid attention to major events in the outside world, but their focus was different. They were more concerned about events that might affect the Gu flow zone. For example, the battles between envoy-level powerhouses, the war between the Daoist clan and the Great Eastern Alliance, and so on. The Daoist clan was especially important, as the divine Gu dynasty was inextricably linked to the Daoist clan. Young King Qing had always been paying attention to the second Night King. Ever since he had left Xianxia's ruins, escaped during the Kuan's Swamp Rebellion, and was now wanted by the Hall of Honor, young King Qing knew everything. The emperor's garden was beautiful, and all sorts of strange flowers and plants bloomed. It was not as poisonous as many people thought. The second Night King put down his cup and calmly looked at young King Qing. You look just like your ancestor. Young King Qing looked around and saw that the guards in the emperor's garden were normal, which meant that the second Night King must have controlled them. Otherwise, there would have been a reaction. The entire palace could not detect the second Night King's presence, and the second Night King himself was the same. This made young King Qing's heart sink. If the second Night King wanted to attack him, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Junior young King Qing greets senior second Night King. Young King Qing stepped forward and bowed respectfully. His attitude was very proper. The second Night King stood up. The one who helped you was the third Night King, but we all know what he did and we allowed him to do it. Young King Qing was grateful. Thank you for the Day-Night royal family's help to the Qing bloodline. Back then, the Qing bloodline only had one cultivator who had barely reached the level of an emissary, and that was the first emperor of the Qing bloodline, Qing Fan. But now your cultivation has far surpassed Qing Fan's. If it weren't for the fact that I'm also improving, I might not even have been able to meet you. The second Night King sighed. Young King Qing's expression was solemn. The Day-Night clan's kindness to the Qing bloodline will never be repaid. Senior, you are an ancestor of the Qing bloodline. All right. The second Night King stared at young King Qing. I thought that the Qing bloodline had already forgotten the oath, but since you still remember, can you help me? After this, our two clans will no longer owe each other anything. Young King Qing earnestly replied, Senior, please speak. The second Night King's eyes were filled with hatred. I want Lu Yin dead. Young King Qing was shocked. Senior, this dash, what, is there a problem? The second Night King stared at young King Qing with a cold glint in his eyes. Young King Qing replied, Lu Yin came to the Divine Gu dynasty at my invitation. If he dies here, the Divine Gu dynasty will lose its trust in the entire universe. Tonight is New Year's Eve and Windborn would like to thank everyone for their support and encouragement over the past year. Thank you for your support, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Chapter 1758. The second Night King laughed at Xiao Huangqing's words. Are you saying that you won't act against Lu Yin without me? Xiao Huangqing's expression changed and she looked at the second Night King. Senior, what do you mean? The current situation in the Innerverse is obvious. The Sword Sect has been looking for you for a long time, and you wouldn't have invited Lu Yin here for no reason. Since you've invited him, you must have your reasons. Although I don't know what you're planning, I'm sure it's related to poison. Since that's the case, why don't you act openly since your Divine Gu dynasty has no plans to interact with the outside world? Xiao Huangqing was put in a difficult position and her mind raced. She knew how much the second Night King hated Lu Yin. Lu Yin had defeated the Day-Night clan, destroyed their ancestral land and freed the enslaved Day King bloodline. Every single one of these was enough to make the Day-Night clan hate him to the core. Furthermore, Lu Yin was the reason why the second Night King had been imprisoned in Kunzai. These reasons were enough for the second Night King to kill Lu Yin 1,000,000 times over. However, he could not kill Lu Yin within the Divine Gu dynasty and he could not act either. Although the Divine Gu dynasty was isolated from the outside world, it was not completely cut off from contact. Lu Yin had a group of experts backing him, and if they came looking for trouble, they would not be as easy to deal with as the second Night King. If the Divine Gu dynasty did not fear these powers, then the second Night King would not have planned to cooperate with the Sword Sect. It was precisely because he felt threatened by Lu Yin that he wanted to cooperate. Xiao Huangqing looked at the second Night King and did not know how to refuse. She could only try to appease him. Senior, I will do my best to help you. The second Night King nodded. Good. I don't want Lu Yin to leave Gu Flow Zone alive. If you act, then your identity will be exposed. Is that? Xiao Huangqing probed, but the second Night King sneered. The fifth mainland is huge. It won't be that hard to find a place to hide. Senior, you can live in seclusion in the Divine Gu dynasty. The second Night King looked at Xiao Huangqing coldly. A few days later, Lu Yin boarded a spacecraft and saw the Divine Gu continent. From a distance, the continent looked like a monster that was emitting a strange gas that lay in space. Lu Yin looked down at the continent. It was rumored that there was a terrifying poisonous creature there, but he did not know whether that was true or not. Lu Yin was very interested in poisons, as Elder Wu's poison had been of great help to him. There were definitely poisons in the Divine Venomous dynasty that could help him reach a level where he could threaten powerhouses with a power level of 1,000,000 such as Wu Chang. It seemed like he would have to pay a visit to the Prince of Harem. Given Lu Yin's status, the person who received him was none other than Prince Bei. As young Empress Qing's younger brother, Prince Bei's status was one of the top 3 in the Divine Gu dynasty. Even the eldest princess, Qing Longlong, had to address him as royal uncle. He was one of the few people who had the qualifications to know about the Anika poison. The cunning prince did not want to receive Lu Yin at all, but young Empress Qing had given the order. Either he or young Empress Qing would have to go. and there was nothing the cunning prince could do. Lu Yin smiled when he saw that it was the wretched prince who welcomed him. When he saw Lu Yin's smile, the cunning prince felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He recalled how he had been forced to tell Lu Yin about his tragic experience of wetting his bed as a child, and he forced a smile onto his face. Welcome to the Divine Gu Dynasty Alliance Leader Lu. Your presence brings light to Gu King City. Lu Yin smiled. So it's Prince Ruinous. This isn't our first time meeting. The cunning prince smiled. Of course not. Alliance Leader Lu, please. Lu Yin followed the cunning prince into the Divine Gu continent. The sky was misty, and from above, one could see the landscape of the Divine Gu continent. The Divine Gu continent did not look any different from ordinary mountains and rivers, but some of the mountains and rivers formed strange patterns, while others were actually the corpses of poisonous creatures. Along the way, the cunning prince introduced the Divine Gu continent to Lu Yin, which piqued Lu Yin's interest. From what he knew, this place would be his sooner or later, so there was no harm in learning more about it. Your Highness, do you still remember what I told you before? Lu Yin suddenly asked. The two of them traveled through the skies of the Divine Gu continent, and they were not too far away from Gu King City. The cunning prince's eyes flashed. I'm not interested in the outside world. Thank you for your kind intentions, Alliance Leader Lu. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. No matter how beautiful the Gu Flow Zone is, it's still too small. The outside world is different. There are the Innerverse, Outerverse, Cosmic Sea, Neoverse, and the 3,000 major realms. There are also the vast regions beyond the fifth mainland that are fascinating. With your Highness's strength, it would be a pity if you didn't explore them. The regions beyond the fifth mainland? Is Alliance Leader Lu talking about the sixth mainland? The cunning prince asked. Before the sixth mainland's invasion, not even young Empress Qing knew about the sixth mainland, let alone the cunning prince. However, after the sixth mainland's invasion, almost every cultivator from the fifth mainland knew about it. Outside of the fifth mainland there was only the sixth mainland. Lu Yin shook his head. The sixth mainland has already been occupied by the Eternals. I'm talking about another part of the heavens. The cunning prince was stunned. Another part of the heavens? Lu Yi was astonished. Didn't Brother Ling tell you? Another part of the heavens where one can become a progenitor. The cunning prince's eyes narrowed and he froze in place. Becoming a progenitor was the ultimate dream of all cultivators. Even someone who had just started cultivating would dream of becoming a progenitor, even if the chances were less than 1 in a billion. The cunning prince was the same. He was the cultivator closest to becoming an emissary in the Divine Gu dynasty, so he naturally hoped to become a progenitor one day. However, this dream was too far away. Lu Yin left, and the cunning prince hurriedly chased after him. Alliance Leader Lu, what's the location of becoming a progenitor? Lu Yin replied, ask Brother Ling. He definitely has his reasons for not telling you. The cunning prince's eyes flickered. Was Lu Yin trying to sow discord? When he saw Lu Yin's serious expression, he was certain that Lu Yin was trying to sow discord between him and his brother. However, the temptation of becoming a progenitor was too great. Did his brother really know about this? If he did, why didn't he tell him? Gu King City is right in front of us. Your Excellency, can you show me around? Lu Yin's voice traveled over and the cunning prince caught up to him again. That's right, Gu King City is right in front of us. Alliance Leader Lu, please. Gu King City was surrounded by tall walls and water poured down like a waterfall. Mist covered the river, and this mist was not the normal white color. Instead, it was rainbow-colored, and it was spat out by the giant toads that were squatting on the walls. Lu Yin stared at the city's walls in shock. Above the city walls, giant toads would spit out rainbow balls at regular intervals. These balls would collide with a pillar at the top of the city and shatter, turning into mist that descended along with the rainbow-colored mist. Many giant toads spat out rainbow-colored mist, and it was enough to envelop the entire city. What are these toads? Lu Yin was surprised. The cunning prince replied proudly, they're not toads. They're rainbow toads, and they're non-aggressive creatures that are extremely poisonous. They're bred by the Divine Gu dynasty, and the rainbow-colored balls they spit out collide with Gu King City's poison heart pillar. The resulting mist is something that even emissaries fear. Lu Yin stepped into Astral Source Universe and tried to enter Gu King City through it. However, he was surprised to find that Astral Source Universe, where Gu King City was located, also had a thin layer of rainbow mist. Emissaries can indeed enter Gu King City through Astral Source Universe, but they'll also be contaminated by the rainbow mist. They'll be immediately discovered upon entering Gu King City, and only peak powerhouses can avoid it. Those powerhouses can easily enter Gu King City even if they want to, so there's no need to sneak in. Gu King City will treat you with respect, the cunning prince explained. Lu Yin nodded and exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen such a defense." The cunning prince smiled. "It's not really a defense, it's just a warning method. Those below the level of emissary cannot force their way in as they'll be discovered." How do ordinary people enter? You just need to have the token that Gu King City distributes. That token repels the rainbow mist and anyone with it can enter at will. What if an enemy obtains the token? Everyone has a unique token, the cunning prince said. He raised his hand and an ordinary-looking token with the word Gu engraved on it appeared in his palm. He passed it to Lu Yin. "This is yours, Alliance Master Lu." Lu Yin took it and saw that there were 9 numbers on it. The first number you enter must be the same as the next number you enter in order to open the token's secret compartment and release the substance that repels the rainbow mist. Otherwise, the token will be useless. Right, you can only enter a single number, the cunning prince explained. Lu Yin was speechless. Wasn't this just a password? What an ancient method. He had thought that it would be something like a blood binding, even though he would have been unwilling to do so. Gu King City's defenses seemed to be very high-end, but when combined with this token, it was clearly inferior. With the cunning prince leading the way, Lu Yin easily entered Gu King City. Gu King City was very lively, and the divine Gu dynasty's attire was unique, which made Lu Yin's eyes light up. Regardless of how the divine Gu dynasty looked to the outside world, the people here were still very happy, and everyone had a sincere smile on their faces. Lu Yin now understood why the Grand Tutor did not want the divine Gu dynasty to interfere with the outside world. Regardless of whether it was good or bad, it would disrupt the peaceful life here. Not long after entering the divine Gu dynasty, Lu Yin ran into someone familiar. 1 million star energy cubes. Deal. When Qian'er's voice rang out from a shop in Gu King City. When Xianxia was standing beside her. The shop sold all sorts of poisons which were very common in the divine Gu dynasty. Everyone here needed poisons. No, this is a hypertoxic snake. How can 1 million star energy be enough to buy it? It has to be 1,500,000, the shop owner said decisively. When Qian'er shouted, 1,200,000 at most. 1,500,000. 1,300,000. 1,500,000. Boss, are you stupid? That's not how you do business. You should at least take a step back. The price is 3 million, but you cut it to 1,500,000. You still want to cut it? That's too much. Cough, cough. 1,400,000. Give me some face. Who are you? Why should I give you face? When Qian'er was furious and her eyes widened. Lu Yin walked in and attracted everyone's attention. When Qian'er turned around and was shocked, Lu Yin nodded at Wen Xianxia and then looked at Wen Qian'er. You like snakes? She looked down on him. Of course not, but since we're already here we should at least bring some specialties back. Lu Yin found it funny. On New Year's Eve, the whole family is reunited. I wish my brother's fortune in the new year fortune. Thank you brothers for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1759. Specialty product? Miss, you must be joking. This is a jade snake. Go ask around how many people in the divine Gu dynasty can afford it. The shopkeeper cried out. When Qian'er glanced at him, you really don't know how to do business. For the average person, the currency used was universal currency, or even the currency produced by the empire itself. For example, the Great Yu Empire's Yushan currency could be exchanged for 10 Yushan dollars, and 1,000,000 star crystals could be exchanged for 10 trillion Yushan dollars. Lu Yin didn't know the exchange rate between the divine Gu dynasty's own currency and universal currency, but even if the divine Gu dynasty's currency was equivalent to universal currency, 1,000,000 star crystals could be exchanged for 1 trillion. A single jade snake was worth 1 trillion, and it couldn't be described as a specialty product. Of course, that wasn't how the universe's currency was calculated, and that was only for ordinary people. To cultivators, universal currency was nothing more than scrap paper. Even so, 1,000,000 star crystals was still quite a lot. Alright, I'm not buying anymore. Let's go, Xianxia said unhappily as she walked out. The shopkeeper was furious. Miss, you've been bargaining with me for so long and delayed so much of my business. How can you just leave like that? What? You still dare to force a sale? Xianxia turned around and glared at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and glanced at Xianxia and Lu Yin. He felt that he couldn't afford to offend the Saint Prince, so he snorted and slammed his fist on the counter, causing the shop to shake. Outside, fine powder sprinkled down, but Xianxia didn't care and allowed it to land on her body. Suddenly Xianxia pulled her back. Xianxia was startled. Xianxia stared at the shopkeeper coldly. You dare to poison me? The shopkeeper was confused. Poison? What? Xianxia frowned and tossed the powder at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper didn't dodge and allowed the powder to land on his body and face. Sir, what are you doing? Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin was shocked. This was the custom of the Divine Gu dynasty. The shopkeeper clearly wasn't afraid of poison, and that move had been a form of revenge. Xianxia hadn't noticed, so it was a good opportunity for her to suffer a bit. If she did, he could pretend that he didn't know anything. This was the Divine Gu dynasty. The Saint Prince watched from the side without any intention of interfering. The Divine Venomous Worm dynasty was indeed closed to the outside world, but that didn't mean that they were easy to bully. Xianxia could be considered to have suffered a loss. He had the ability to easily deal with the shop owner, but this was the Divine Venomous dynasty after all. He had already made his move once, so it wouldn't be good for him to make his move a second time. Thank you, Xianxia said indifferently. He was about to leave with Xian. At this time a few people entered the shop. It was Balsam Yen and Mr. Wright of the Hall of Honor's Board of Directors. They bumped into Xianxia and Xian. Xianxia recognized Mr. Yu and was surprised. Director Yu? Why are you here? Mr. Yu glanced at everyone in the shop and his gaze changed when he saw Lu Yin. He then smiled at Xianxia and said, I received an invitation from the Divine Gu dynasty, so I came to take a look. I just happened to pass by and seemed to have missed something. Xianxia replied calmly, It's nothing. It's just a small misunderstanding. Xianxia did not recognize Balsam, but he recognized Yen, who was the secretary to the president of the Innerverse. Balsam looked at Lu Yin and smiled. I never thought that I would run into Alliance Master Lu here. How have you been? Lu Yin smiled. I'm all right. Was Shamrock Enterprises invited as well? Yes, we're here to deliver a congratulatory gift, Balsam replied. Mr. Yu looked at Lu Yin and said indifferently, I never thought that Alliance Master Lu would be here as well. It's been a while. Lu Yin raised a brow. Do I know you? Xianxia, Balsam and the others were astonished as this tone was very unfriendly. Even though everyone knew that Mr. Yu and Lu Yin were not on the same side, it was still unexpected that they would run into each other upon arrival. Lu Yin did not care about Mr. Yu at all. Although he was a director, it was almost over. If not for Nan Yuan's constant protection, he would have retreated even faster than Night King Zheng. With Lu Yin's current status and ability, there was no need for him to pretend to be polite with such a person. Mr. Yu sneered. Alliance Master Lu is a big shot, so it's normal that you don't recognize a small fry like me. You can introduce yourself. Name, origin, background, power and occupation. Tell me and I might remember you, Lu Yin said casually. Mr. Yu's expression turned ugly. This was not a self-introduction but rather an interrogation. Lu Yin's tone made him sullen. The man behind Mr. Yu spoke up. This is one of the 9 directors of the Hall of Honor, Mr. Yu. No one had expected this person to speak and Balsam looked at him in astonishment. She recognized this person. It was Sure, one of the cultivators who guarded the Realm Mountain for the Hall of Honor. He had a good relationship with Shamrock Enterprises and was also a friend of Yan's. She had thought that this person was someone important, but she had not expected him to be so stupid as to interrupt at this time. Yan's expression changed and he hurriedly shot Sure a look. Even Mr. Yu's expression turned ugly. If he revealed this person's identity now, it would only give Lu Yin an opportunity to humiliate him. Sure enough, Lu Yin spoke up. One of the 9 directors? There seems to be such a person, but that's only for now. It's hard to say how long he can stay in this position. Who knows? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He might be demoted tomorrow. Mr. Yu was furious and he glared at Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, be careful with your words. The board is not something you can control. If you speak like this, the board will hold you accountable. Lu Yin did not mind. You can try. Mr. Yu's face turned red with anger. Sure also felt that he had said something wrong. How could Lu Yin not know Mr. Yu? Mr. Yu had come to the Divine Gu dynasty, and he had offered to protect Mr. Yu in order to get closer to the director of the Southern Origins Academy. He should not have interfered, but now he had given Lu Yin an excuse to mock Mr. Yu. It would be fine if Mr. Yu abdicated, but if he did not, then Sure would not have an easy time in the future. Who are you? Lu Yin suddenly asked Sure. Sure's heart sank, but he braced himself and replied, I am Sure, and I was ordered to protect Mr. Yu on this trip to the Divine Gu dynasty. Whose orders? Lu Yin asked. Sure bitterly replied, the board. Lu Yin did not understand. The board specifically convened to protect Mr. Yu, who is about to step down on this trip to the Divine Gu dynasty? That's not possible. I remember you, a cultivator who guards the Realm Mountain. I know the Realm Mountain's head senior, and I should ask him if I have the chance. Why would someone who guards the Realm Mountain protect a director? Sure's face went pale and his eyes were filled with fear. He had not expected Lu Yin to know the Realm Mountain's head. How did he know that person? Balsam tried to smooth things over. Alliance Master Lu, have you prepared any gifts for this trip to the Divine Gu dynasty? It can't be too expensive, or else we won't be able to bring anything out. Lu Yin smiled. I don't have any gifts. I'm just choosing. Balsam was speechless. Choosing now? And at Gu King City? Was this a joke? This must be the Wolf Prince, Balsam said as she looked at the man beside Lu Yin who had not spoken since the beginning. The Wolf Prince had not expected Balsam to know him, and he had been watching the show from the sidelines. I am. Are you the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse, Balsam? Balsam smiled. I didn't think that your highness would recognize me. The Wolf Prince smiled. Of course. Who doesn't know Miss Balsam's great name? The shop owner was stunned when he heard the exchange of pleasantries. Alliance Master Lu? A director of the Hall of Honor? Even though he did not know much about the outside world, he had heard these two words more than once, so how could he not know them? He had not expected these people to be important figures. Suddenly, he heard the Wolf Prince's name, and he stared at the man in the Divine Gu dynasty's uniform in disbelief. This person was the Wolf Prince? When he thought of this, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Wolf Prince. The Wolf Prince waved a hand. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Go about your business. Busy? The shop owner was confused. Busy with what? Busy listening to these people mock each other? Could he even listen? Boss, do you have anything special? I want to buy something for your emperor, Lu Yin said with a smile as he looked at the shop owner. The shop owner was stunned and he did not know how to respond. When Qian'er rolled her eyes. What could he possibly have? Mr. Yu snorted. Alliance Master Lu is looking down on the Love Emperor. Don't you think it's rude to buy a random gift for him? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I actually wanted to give the Longevity Squadron to the Love Emperor, but it was destroyed. Mr. Yu was furious. At that moment, a strange voice came from outside the door. How impressive. If I'm not mistaken, this should be Alliance leader Lu Yin. After that, many people appeared outside the shop and surrounded it. A man with a snow-white face and cold eyes slowly walked in. It was hard to tell how old he was, but his voice was shrill and sharp, and it also carried a trace of vicissitudes of life. Lu Yin frowned as this person stared at him with a vicious gaze that felt like needles. There was also a strange smile on the man's face, which made Lu Yin feel very uncomfortable. Who are you? Lu Yin asked. The man stepped into the shop and bowed to the Wolf Prince. Greetings, Your Highness. The Wolf Prince grunted in acknowledgement. This is Manager E of the Imperial Palace, a trusted aide of my brother. Manager E hurriedly smiled. What are you saying, Your Highness? I wouldn't dare call myself a trusted aide. I'm just a servant that serves His Majesty and Your Highness. Lu Yin looked at him. Were you the one who spoke just now? Manager E looked at Lu Yin and maintained his strange and sinister smile. Alliance Master Lu, is it? I'm here on His Majesty's orders to welcome you. However, I saw your might as soon as I came in and I was terrified. How has Gu King City offended you? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, but he didn't say anything. Someone else had entered the shop and it was a woman. It was Qing Long Long. The shop owner knelt down and didn't even dare to raise his head. Lu Yin, Mr. Yu and the others were outsiders to the divine Gu dynasty, and no matter how powerful they were, they had nothing to do with the shop owner. The Wolf Prince had a good reputation, so he didn't bother with the shop owner. However, Manager Yi's appearance scared the hell out of him. Manager Yi was one of the top figures in the divine Gu dynasty, second only to one person. It's New Year's Eve. Brothers, have fun. Chapter 1760. This was especially true for ordinary people like them, as Yi Guan could directly control their life and death. This was not only because of his strength and status, but also because he was greedy for money. The entire street was his business, and the boss of the boss behind this shop was Yi Guan. It was one thing for Yi Guan to come, but even the Empress Qing Longlong had come. The shop owner trembled in fear. Yi Guan, who gave you the right to speak to Alliance leader Lu like that? Qing Longlong reprimanded him without any trace of politeness. Yi Guan's smile did not change and he bowed slowly. This old servant greets your highness. Qing Longlong stared at him with disgust. Father sent you here to welcome Alliance leader Lu and the others. What were you doing just now? Yi Guan smiled. This old servant was just admiring Alliance leader Lu's might and couldn't help but praise him. There's no other meaning. He then turned to Lu Yin and bowed. Alliance leader Lu, you won't blame me, right? Lu Yin smiled. Yi Guan was also smiling, but his smile was sinister and disgusting. Actually, you're from the divine Gu dynasty, so even if I did blame you, I wouldn't blame you. I can only say that your master is too benevolent and doesn't teach his servants well, Lu Yin said. Yi Guan's smile disappeared, and his eyes narrowed as he stared at Lu Yin. It looks like Alliance leader Lu has some skills. Lu Yin smiled. You asked me if I would blame you, so I'll teach you a lesson on your master's behalf. Consider it a congratulatory gift for the Empress breakthrough. He then waved his hand and sent Yi Guan flying with a slap, crashing heavily outside the shop. Everyone was shocked as they had not expected Lu Yin to act so decisively without giving Yi Guan any face. The werewolf prince's brows rose in shock. The group of people who had followed Yi Guan all rushed towards the shop to attack Lu Yin, but they were stopped by Qing Longlong. Get out. Yi Guan hurriedly stood up, half of his face swollen, and stopped his guards. Back down. Her Highness and the Empress are here, so you can't act so impudently. The guards hurriedly retreated. Yi Qing's eyes were filled with hatred, and when he met Lu Yin's gaze, there was a deep chill in the depths of his eyes. He had never thought that someone would dare to beat him up in the divine Gu dynasty, and he had been caught off guard. However, Lu Yin's status meant that he could not afford to offend him. This old servant spoke wrongly. Does Alliance Master Lu feel better now? Tell the Love Emperor that I've already sent him a congratulatory gift, and I hope he'll be satisfied. Eunuch Yi once again revealed a sinister smile. Understood. This servant will take his leave. After saying that, he left without bidding farewell to Prince Ruan and Qing Longlong. Everyone could see the resentment in the depths of his eyes. Qing Longlong looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression and smiled bitterly. Alliance Master Lu, why do you have to do this? Lu Yin frowned. I don't like him. What a straightforward reason. In this enormous Gu King city and the entire divine Gu dynasty, the only person who could treat Yi Guan in such a manner was Lu Yin and young Empress Qing. Not even Prince Qian could treat Yi Guan in such a manner. This was not only because of Yi Guan's status, but also because Yi Guan was famous for being sinister. Although Qing Longlong had said this, Lu Yin's slap had also helped her vent her anger. Yi Qing had been courteous to her, but he did not care about her at all. Casanova had been forced away by Yi Qing, and both Qing Longlong and Prince Ruan knew about this, but no one could say anything about it. Lu Yin's unbridled and tyrannical nature had been vividly displayed in that palm strike. He did not care about Yi Qing at all, and neither did he care about Prince Ruan. Whether they were friend or foe had already been determined. Alliance Master Lu will take our leave now. See you at the banquet. She spoke politely to Lu Yin. Mr. Yu also left without saying goodbye to Lu Yin. Before when Sansi left, he whispered to Lu Yin, you shouldn't have come. Prince Ruan left as well, leaving the task of entertaining Lu Yin to Qing Longlong. The two were close in age, so it was more appropriate for them to interact. Everyone left one by one, leaving only Lu Yin, Qing Longlong and the shop owner. The shop owner was still kneeling there, his head as low as it could be. He did not even dare to raise his head, but he had seen I Ching being sent flying with a single slap. He knew that the youth known as Alliance Master Lu was the most ruthless in this group. Fortunately, he had not offended him. Alliance Master Lu, Qing Longlong said to Lu Yin, but before she could finish, Lu Yin raised a hand. We're of the same generation, so there's no need to call me that. Are we close? Qing Longlong wanted to say this, but she did not say it out loud. All right, Brother Lu. I'll take you to a place to rest. Lu Yin nodded and followed Qing Longlong out. It was a small shop, but it had attracted the attention of the entire Divine Gu dynasty. The shop owner would definitely not be at peace for a period of time, and every single word and detail that had happened in the shop would be interrogated. Prince Ruan had arranged for Lu Yin to stay in his own palace, which was also in Gu King City. However, almost no one knew about this palace, as Prince Ruan Qing had only stayed there when he wanted peace. As he listened to Qing Longlong's introduction of the palace, Lu Yin asked, "Is your father hoping that I'll be more peaceful in the future?" Qing Longlong smiled. "Brother Lu, you're overthinking things. Father doesn't have that intention. It's just that the palace is located in a remote area and few people disturb it. The environment is also good, which is why he made the arrangements for you." Lu Yin nodded. The two were in no hurry to leave, so they strolled around the streets of Gu King City. Gu King City was very lively, and it was filled with the hustle and bustle of a city. There were people fighting from time to time, and all sorts of poisons were brought out. If one did not count the cultivators, this place would be like an ordinary ancient imperial city. "Is that Yi Guan someone your father trusts?" Lu Yin asked. Qing Longlong nodded. "He's been serving father since he was very young, and he's done his best over the years." "He's not dead yet?" Lu Yin was astonished. Prince Ruan Qing was not weak, and he had only invited them because he had broken through. He should be able to fight against someone with a power level of 800,000 and had lived for a long time. Yi Guan had not broken through to become an emissary, so how had he been able to keep up with Prince Ruan Qing? That's why Yi Guan is so special. Every once in a while he'll freeze his vitality with poison to keep him alive, Qing Longlong explained. Her voice was soft, but it carried a lot of weight. As an emperor, Prince Ruan Qing had no lack of people serving him, but he was still willing to wait for this Yi Guan. This relationship was no longer that between a master and a servant. It was no wonder that even Prince Ruan and Qing Longlong were so courteous to Yi Guan. It seemed that Lu Yin had slapped Prince Ruan Qing. Qing Longlong looked at Lu Yin nonchalantly, but there was no change in his expression. Did he not care? But then again, the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan were both more powerful than the Divine Gu dynasty. The Divine Gu dynasty's uniqueness lay in its geographical location and environment. Without these factors, even the Wen family might not be able to compare to the Divine Gu dynasty. Lu Yin had led the Great Eastern Alliance to destroy the Day-Night clan, suppress the Sword Sect, and force the Wen family into submission. He naturally did not care about the Divine Gu dynasty, much less a mere Yi Guan. After walking around the busiest streets of Gu King City for almost an hour, Qing Longlong finally stopped in front of a very imposing restaurant. This restaurant was the tallest on the entire street, and it took up a large area that extended in all directions. 2 rows of attendants stood at the entrance, and they were all cultivators who had reached the Melder realm. "Brother Lu, I'll take you to meet someone," Qing Longlong said with a smile. Lu Yin nodded. "All right." He stepped into the restaurant, and to his surprise the interior was different from the outside. It was not as extravagant as he had expected, but rather simple and elegant. He followed Qing Longlong to the top floor where 2 beautiful maids bowed. Due to their attire, Lu Yin could almost see the snowy white of their breasts, and he quickly turned away. "Brother Lu, please." Qing Longlong was amused. Who would believe that the leader of the Great Eastern Alliance had such a side to him? Lu Yin entered a private room, and he saw a woman dressed in a black muslin robe and wearing an exquisite petal-shaped mask. She stood up and bowed to Lu Yin. "I'm Yuan Miao Miao. Greetings, Alliance Leader Lu." Although she was wearing half a mask, it could not hide her absolute beauty. Lu Yin could clearly see the alluring curve of her lips, and her eyes were as bright as the stars. "Your tutor Yuan's granddaughter?" Lu Yin was astonished when he heard the woman's name. Yuan Miao Miao bowed again. "I never thought that Alliance Leader Lu would know of me." Lu Yin looked at Qing Longlong. Qing Longlong replied, "Miao Miao and I are best friends, and she asked me to help her arrange a meeting with you." Luyin was confused. The tutor Yuan had advocated not participating in any external affairs, but young Empress Qing was biased towards the sword sect and the other powers, and she had been thinking of ways to contain the Great Eastern Alliance. They had different standpoints, and although they were not enemies, the Divine Gu dynasty treated the Great Eastern Alliance with two different factions. Under such circumstances, Qing Longlong had arranged a meeting with Lu Yin on behalf of Yuan Miaomiao. What was she trying to do? Longlong doesn't have any other intentions. Please don't misunderstand Alliance Leader Lu. She just couldn't accept my request, so she brought you here, Yuan Miaomiao said in a gentle voice. Lu Yin sat down. Miss Miaomiao, please speak your mind. Qing Longlong looked at her. Yuan Miaomiao looked at Qing Longlong. Go out. It's best if you don't listen to what we have to say. Qing Longlong pursed her lips, nodded and walked out. Lu Yin looked at Yuan Miaomiao with interest. Your relationship isn't ordinary. She's the empress of the Divine Gu dynasty, but she went against her father's wishes to help you arrange a meeting with me. She didn't even ask for the reason. I'm very curious. Yuan Miaomiao smiled. This is our friendship. Ever since we were young, I've interacted with Longlong much more than my parents or grandfather. Longlong has also interacted with me longer than His Majesty. Kinship is destined by the heavens, but friendship is something that we have to find ourselves. We both believe that friendship is more precious than kinship. This was the first time Lu Yin had heard of such a theory. All right. Why are you looking for me? Yuan Miaomiao stood up and bowed solemnly. Lu Yin did not avoid it. With his status, even if the tutor Yuan bowed, he would not need to avoid it, let alone Yuan Miaomiao. He had the qualifications to do so. Alliance Leader Lu, please leave the Gu flow zone, Yuan Miaomiao said in a low voice. There was a moment of silence. Yuan Miaomiao bowed, but she did not raise her head. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. What does the tutor mean? Yuan Miaomiao replied, the Divine Gu dynasty should not interfere in the disputes of the outside world. This is my grandfather's lifelong wish. The people here live very affluent lives and there are no wars. Once they interfere, the future outcome will be unpredictable. The Divine Gu dynasty cannot be gambled on. Lu Yin smiled. How can you be so sure that the Divine Gu dynasty will interfere in the disputes of the outside world if I'm here? Does the Divine Gu dynasty want to do something to me? Or does young Empress Qing want to do something to me? On the first day of the new year, Windborn wishes his brothers a happy new year. He will be updating at 5 p.m. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1761. Yuan Miaomiao looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Her eyes were very beautiful and Lu Yin could see his own reflection in them. Alliance Leader Lu, why ask when you already know the answer? Grandfather said that with your cautiousness, there's no way you don't understand the current situation, especially since you ignored the warning and insisted on entering the Gu flow zone. Grandfather said that all of His Majesty's schemes are useless against you. You think too highly of me and underestimate young Empress Qing, Lu Yin said casually. Yuan Miaomiao shook her head. Even if His Majesty can do what he wants, the result will be an unpredictable disaster for the Divine Gu dynasty. There was a knock on the door, followed by Qing Longlong's voice. Eat first. Yuan Miaomiao stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood up. There's no need. I've said all that needs to be said. He then prepared to leave. Yuan Miaomiao suddenly took off her mask and Lu Yin's gaze was drawn to her. He had seen far too many beauties in his life, whether it was Starsabil, Ming Yen, Bai Shui or Madame Nailin. All of them were absolute beauties, and this Yuan Miaomiao in front of him was just as beautiful as any of them. The most unique thing about her was the demonic flower that was branded on her face. Although it only had a shape and no color, Lu Yin's mind naturally imagined the scene of the flower fluttering in the wind. It was red and enchanting, and when paired with Yuan Miaomiao's beautiful appearance and soul-stirring eyes, she was indescribably beautiful. This was bewitchment not through words, but through her appearance and the flower on her face. The flower was Yuan Miaomiao's Gu, and this was the true form of bewitchment. Lu Yin was moved but not by his emotions but by his heart. He was truly moved as if he had been tempted. His expression changed slightly and his eyes flickered. It was that flower. The flower on this woman's face was too tempting, and when paired with Yuan Miaomiao's appearance, even he could not resist it. Those with weak willpower would definitely fall for it. Meow Meow you dash. Qing Long Long opened the door and was shocked to see Yuan Meow Meow. Yuan Meow Meow had been staring at Lu Yin the whole time. She saw that he was only stunned for a moment when he saw her appearance, but he soon returned to normal. He was quite disappointed. Ever since she was possessed by the love flower goo, no man had been able to resist her temptation. She had attracted countless suitors when she was only 5 years old. If it wasn't for her grandfather, she didn't even dare to imagine what would have happened to her. As she grew older, she concealed her appearance and concealed the emotion flower goo, causing those men to stop. Otherwise, every time she went out, it would cause a commotion. She covered her face for a long time. She had once told Qing Long Long that only the man she approved of could see her face. Now her face was revealed, but the man she approved of didn't care. Lu Yin sized her up and asked calmly, "Is there anything else?" Yuan Meow Meow bowed once more, pursed her lips and said in a melancholic voice, "I was born in the Gu King's city, and I can't bear to see the divine Gu dynasty suffer a calamity. Alliance Master Lu, as long as you're willing to leave the Gu flow zone, I'm at your disposal." "What are you talking about, Meow Meow?" Qing Long Long was shocked and rushed in to support her. She looked at Lu Yin warily, thinking that he had threatened her. Lu Yin shook his head. "If Grand Tutor Yuan heard what you said, he would probably be very disappointed." Yuan Meow Meow was sorrowful. Grandfather was also born in the Gu King's city and has lived here his entire life. Now that he's old, I hope that he can enjoy his old age and not worry about the divine Gu dynasty's matters. Since grandfather thinks that you should leave, then I hope that you can leave and never step foot in the Gu flow zone again. I'll be at your disposal and I'll keep my word. Qing Long Long pulled Yuan Meow Meow back and scolded, "Do you know what you're saying, Meow Meow? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have brought Brother Lu here." Lu Yin suddenly raised a hand, his fingertips landing on Yuan Meow Meow's face. It was smooth to the touch. Qing Long Long was furious and glared at Lu Yin. "Stop." Yuan Meow Meow stubbornly stared at Lu Yin and did not back down. She allowed Lu Yin's hand to land on her face until it covered her entire face. "This is a goo? What kind of goo?" Lu Yin asked. He wasn't trying to take advantage of her, but he was curious about that flower. It was very strange that it could move his heart. Qing Long Long frowned. "It's a passion flower. It only blooms for the person it loves." Lu Yin pulled his hand back. "Go back and tell Grand Tutor Yuan that I don't like to kill for no reason, but everything has a bottom line. He'd better help young Emperor Qing protect this bottom line. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." He then walked out of the restaurant. Yuan Meow Meow's body swayed and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Qing Long Long caught her. "Meow Meow, you were too impulsive. How could you?" Yuan Meow Meow was bitter. The divine Gu dynasty should not experience such a disaster. "Why are you so sure that Lu Yin can cause a disaster for the divine Gu dynasty? No one has been able to do anything to us for so many years." Qing Long Long was confused. Yuan Meow Meow shook her head. "Long Long, he's waiting for you outside. Go." Qing Long Long looked at her worriedly. Yuan Meow Meow smiled. "It's fine." Qing Long Long sighed and walked out. Yuan Meow Meow looked out of the restaurant, her gaze filled with bitterness and complexity, as well as indescribable sorrow and fear. Elsewhere, an old man stood in the study of the divine Gu dynasty's young Emperor Qing. He had a bitter expression on his face and his eyes were filled with anxiety. In front of him, Director Yi was whispering something to young Emperor Qing. His voice wasn't loud, but the old man could still hear him. When young Emperor Qing saw the slap on Director Yi's face, his expression darkened. This old man was the Grand Tutor Yuan, the most senior official of the divine Gu dynasty. Even young Emperor Qing had to give him face. Without him, the divine Gu dynasty would never have reached its current prosperity. "Your Majesty, the nimble prince requests an audience," someone reported. Young Emperor Qing replied, "Let him in." The nimble prince quickly entered and bowed to young Emperor Qing. Young Emperor Qing waved a hand. "What do you think of Lu Yin?" The nimble prince was not surprised by this question and he directly replied, "Brother, Lu Yin is not an easy person to understand." "What do you mean?" Young Emperor Qing frowned. The nimble prince deliberated for a moment before replying, "This person is a little too ruthless." He had thought about this problem on his way here, but he couldn't find the right words to describe it. If he hadn't been captured by Lu Yin, then he would have been able to judge Lu Yin without restraint. However, he had revealed the existence of a Hellguard, so he didn't dare casually criticize Lu Yin for fear of retaliation. The existence of a Hellguard was young Emperor Qing's greatest secret, and not even the Grand Tutor Yuan or Qing Longlong knew about it. I told you to receive him, and this is the conclusion you came up with? Young Emperor Qing was in a bad mood. The slap mark on Director Yi's face had yet to disappear, and with his cultivation he could have easily erased it. However, he had intentionally left it there, which showed that he hated Lu Yin. The nimble prince was helpless. Brother, I haven't interacted with Lu Yin much, and I didn't receive him as long as Ling Long did. This. Ling Long? She went to see Lu Yin? Young Emperor Qing was confused. The nimble prince was stunned. Brother, you don't know? Weren't you the one who sent her? Young Emperor Qing's expression turned even uglier. Director Yi whispered, Your Majesty, His Highness the Prince is a kind person, and he doesn't think badly of others. His Highness might not be able to tell Lu Yin's character. He slapped you and you still can't tell? Young Emperor Qing barked. Director Yi hurriedly knelt down. It was this servant's mistake. Please don't be angry, Your Majesty. The nimble prince coldly watched Director Yi's act, but he didn't interrupt. He didn't want to provoke either Lu Yin or Director Yi. All right, you may rise, young Emperor Qing said. Director Yi hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Young Emperor Qing looked at him. What do you think of Lu Yin? Director Yi bowed. Lu Yin is ruthless, arrogant, and supercilious. He's not someone who's easy to get along with, and he's also extremely ambitious. Even the Sword Sect and the Day-Night clan are wary of him, so it's not appropriate to get close to someone like him. You should either stay far away from him or... His gaze turned vicious. Impudent. Grand Tutor Yuan couldn't take it anymore and he glared at Director Yi. What does a servant know? How dare he talk about state affairs? Young Emperor Qing looked at Grand Tutor Yuan. There's no need to be angry, Grand Tutor. I was the one who told him to speak. Grand Tutor Yuan bowed and said, Your Majesty, my divine Gu dynasty has never interacted with the outside world. No matter what Lu Yin's character is or how ambitious he is, it has nothing to do with us. Why should we get involved with him? Regardless of whether we become friends or foes, it will not benefit the divine Gu dynasty. Grand Tutor, your words are incorrect. If Lu Yin unifies the Innerverse, would you still dare to say that it has nothing to do with our divine Gu dynasty? Director Yi coldly retorted. Grand Tutor Yuan was enraged. That's my opinion. Director Yi's eyes narrowed and a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. I'm only thinking for your Majesty's sake. If the Great Eastern Alliance really isn't a threat, then why would the Sword Sect send someone to my divine Gu dynasty? They're trying to use us. Are you afraid, Grand Tutor? All right, Grand Tutor, you may leave. I'm tired. Young Emperor Qing interrupted the two's argument and waved for Grand Tutor Yuan to leave. Grand Tutor Yuan glared fiercely at Director Yi, but he had no choice but to leave. Director Yi's status was too high, and he was also deeply trusted by young Emperor Qing. He was also very strong, or else the Grand Tutor would have already made a move against this person. You may leave as well, young Emperor Qing said to Director Yi. Director Yi bowed and left, leaving only young Emperor Qing and the haggard prince in the study. Young Emperor Qing looked at the haggard prince. Do you think that an Anitya Hellguard can deal with Lu Yin? The haggard prince's fingers trembled and he shook his head. No. Back then Night King Zhenwu used an Anitya Hellguard to poison Lu Yin, but Lu Yin neutralized it. Brother, you should know. I know, but the Anitya Hellguards have changed. They've become even more poisonous and ruthless, young Emperor Qing coldly stated. The haggard prince lowered his head, not knowing how to respond. He was hesitating over whether or not he should tell young Emperor Qing that Lu Yin already knew about the Anitya Hellguards. He did not want to, but if he used an Anitya Hellguard to deal with Lu Yin and failed, then not only would young Emperor Qing suffer, but he would also suffer. Even if young Emperor Qing was fine, Lu Yin would still expose that he knew about the Anitya Hellguards, and young Emperor Qing would not let him off. The haggard prince was caught between a rock and a hard place. There was also the possibility that an Anitya Hellguard might be able to deal with Lu Yin. After all, it was impossible for Lu Yin to detect the Anitya Hellguard's poison in advance, and the haggard prince still held on to a sliver of hope. Thank you for your support, brothers. A new year has begun. Everyone is going to be rich. This is the simplest and most sincere blessing. Chapter 1762. Young Emperor Qing had told the prince about Impermanence's existence, but he had not told him that the second Night King had come as well. He did not plan to deal with Lu Yin openly either, as there were too many people supporting Lu Yin from behind the scenes. If that was the case for Lu Yin, then there was no need to mention the second Night King who was wanted by the Galactic Arbitration Center. Once news of the second Night King's presence in Gu King City spread, then young Emperor Qing would no longer be facing the power behind Lu Yin, but rather the entire Hall of Honor. Young Emperor Qing had been hesitant, but the slap to Eunuch Yi's face had strengthened his resolve. Lu Yin had not slapped Eunuch Yi but young Emperor Qing himself. This was still in Gu King City, which showed just how arrogant Lu Yin was. He did not even consider the divine Gu dynasty worthy of his attention. Perhaps it was just as the Sword Sect had said. Once Lu Yin unified the Innerverse, the divine Gu dynasty would not be an exception. Unfortunately, Grand Tutor Yuan and the others were too stubborn and conservative. The divine Gu dynasty sent out invitations and people continuously entered Gu King City. There was still some time before the banquet to celebrate young Emperor Qing's breakthrough. Lu Yin stayed in young Emperor Qing's palace for 2 days before leaving again. This time he went to see elder Xianxia. He was not sure what sort of strange surveillance methods the divine Gu dynasty had, so he did not leave in secret. Instead he went to see elder Xianxia openly. Lu Yin's whereabouts had always been under young Emperor Qing's control, as the divine Gu dynasty's surveillance methods came from underground. On the divine Gu continent, every piece of land was poisonous, and every drop of poison could record a creature's daily activities. The moment Lu Yin stepped out of the palace, young Emperor Qing would definitely see him. Elder Xianxia lived in a residence not far from young Emperor Qing's palace, and when Lu Yin arrived she immediately avoided meeting him. Lu Yin frowned. The Sword Sect had already secretly pledged their allegiance, but elder Xianxia still maintained this attitude. Either she was apprehensive of the divine Gu dynasty, or she was unwilling to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Regardless of the situation, Lu Yin had to enter. Whether or not he could meet elder Xianxia, he had to at least meet Li Zimo. Only then would he know elder Lianxin's true attitude. There was a bang as the residence's door was smashed open, and the divine Gu dynasty's guards fell to the ground. Lu Yin easily entered the residence. The commotion alerted the nearby palace as well as young Empress Qing. She was furious as Lu Yin was too arrogant. This was Gu King's city, not the Great Eastern Alliance's territory, and yet he dared to act so recklessly. The commotion also alarmed the other people in Gu King City, and they all stared at Lu Yin's actions. He was simply too brazen. Li Zimo stared at Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, what are you trying to do? I heard that elder Lianxin is here. I'd like to meet her. Li Zimo raised his sword in an attempt to block Lu Yin, but Lu Yin didn't even move. Li Zimo's sword shattered, and in the next moment, the void distorted as Xiao Huangqing walked out and blocked Lu Yin's path. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen young Master Qing in person, but he had seen images of her many times. Alliance Lord Lu, if there's anything you want to say, I can convey it on your behalf. You and elder Lianxin are both honored guests of my divine Gu dynasty, so please stop fighting, young Empress Qing said indifferently. Her expression was calm and she didn't show any hostility towards Lu Yin, even though she was exceptionally angry. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. I didn't expect Her Majesty to come out of seclusion. Logically speaking, with Lu Yin's status he could have been welcomed by Prince Bei or Qing Longlong. However, as soon as he entered Gu King City, young Empress Qing would have to meet him out of courtesy. However, young Empress Qing had always used seclusion as an excuse to not meet with Lu Yin or anyone else. I just came out of seclusion. You're the master, young Empress Qing said with a smile. Lu Yin smiled. Since Her Majesty has spoken, then let's forget about it. Many thanks. The banquet will be held in a few days, so Alliance Lord Lu can rest for a few days. Although Gu King City isn't considered a bustling place, it still has its unique characteristics. All of Alliance Lord Lu's expenses will be covered by me, young Empress Qing. Young Empress Qing smiled. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as these words sounded familiar. Right, the Sea King's Dome. Back then, the Sea King's Dome had rewarded everyone who had participated in the son-in-law selection, and all of the expenses had been covered by the Sea King. Are you sure? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Young Empress Qing was stumped as she had a bad premonition. However, Lu Yin was still the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance lord. So how could young Empress Qing be so shameless as to blame the Great Eastern Alliance's expenses? Thus she did not think too much about it. Have fun, Alliance Lord Lu. Lu Yin smiled. Continue your seclusion, Your Majesty. Right, congratulations on your breakthrough. He then turned to leave. After watching Lu Yin leave, Li Zimo stepped forward and bowed to young Empress Qing. At this moment, Elder Lianxin also stepped forward. Thank you, Your Majesty, for stopping this person. Young Empress Qing nodded. Both Elder and Alliance Lord Lu are honored guests, so it's best if there is no conflict. I'll have to trouble Elder to stay in the residence for the next few days. Elder Lianxin had a complicated look in her eyes. Young Empress Qing had assumed that Lu Yin had come to cause trouble because the sword sect had sent her to ask for reinforcements from the divine Gu dynasty. Little did she know that the sword sect had secretly sided with Lu Yin. She was a calm person, but the calmer a person was, the more stubborn they would be. Regardless of whether it was inheritance or life and death, they would always be indifferent to things like right and wrong. Li Zimo had left Shenwu continent because of Lu Yin, and Lu Yin had done him a favor by sending him to the sword sect. Thus he would not betray Lu Yin. This was his understanding. Elder Lianxin was also unwilling to see the sword sect submit to the Great Eastern Alliance. Thus she did not want to see Lu Yin. Even if Lu Qianjue had submitted to the Great Eastern Alliance, she would not be willing. At worst, she would just live in seclusion. However, although she was unwilling to submit to Lu Yin, she would not expose him, and she would not tell young Empress Qing about the sword sect. Young Empress Qing left and Elder Lianxin sighed. Master, is this your decision? Li Zimo asked in a low voice. Elder Lianxin looked at Li Zimo. Remember, only by maintaining your original heart can you be calm. Master is unwilling to join the Great Eastern Alliance and will not help Lu Yin. This is Master's path. This disciple understands, Li Zimo replied. Elder Lianxin nodded. Li Zimo looked at Elder Lianxin's departing figure and sighed to himself. Master, you have your own path and this disciple has his own path as well. That night, Elder Lianxin suddenly collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Young Empress Qing came to check on her, and she was surprised to find that Elder Lianxin had been poisoned. The poison is ordinary, but its effects are very strong. It can perfectly display the poison's characteristics, and it can even be said to be extremely perfect. Every bit of the poison's medicinal strength has been amplified by 10 or even 100 times. Young Empress Qing frowned and looked at Li Zimo. Who has Elder Lianxin been in contact with during this time? Li Zimo respectfully replied, Master has always been in the residence, and she has not come into contact with anyone other than this disciple. Young Empress Qing was puzzled. This poison was very ordinary, but its toxicity was quite strong. It had actually caused an emissary like Elder Lianxin to fall into a deep sleep. Who had poisoned her? Could it have been Lu Yin? But when? She then looked at Li Zimo and shook her head. It could not have been this person, as Li Zimo was Elder Lianxin's disciple and had been in the sword sect for many years. Elder Lianxin had even mentioned this person when she had spoken with him. Elder Lianxin trusted this disciple more than anyone else, and it was unlikely that this person would possess such a poison. It was clearly an ordinary poison, but its effects were terrifyingly strong. Where had it come from? Your Majesty, how is my master? Li Zimo asked with an anxious expression. Young Empress Qing replied, Don't worry, Elder Lianxin is only unconscious. She's fine and she'll wake up after a while. Li Zimo relaxed and clenched his fists. Who poisoned my master? Young Empress Qing did not understand either, but this matter had to be investigated thoroughly. This was Gu King City, and someone had poisoned Elder Lianxin in a way that he could not immediately neutralize. This was not a simple matter. Was there such a poison expert in Gu King City? Li Zimo suddenly thought of the Grand Preceptor. That old man had never approved of dealing with the Great Eastern Alliance, so it was normal for him to have poisoned the sword sect. If it was this old man, then it was not impossible. Young Empress Qing suppressed her suspicions and comforted Li Zimo once more before leaving. Li Zimo bowed deeply to Elder Lianxin. I'm sorry, Master. He was the one who had poisoned Elder Lianxin. Lu Yin had barged into the residence and passed the poison to Li Zimo when they had brushed past each other. He had also told Li Zimo that if Elder Lianxin was unwilling to join the Great Eastern Alliance, then he could poison her. He had also told Li Zimo about the effects of the poison, which was why Li Zimo had agreed. Lu Yin knew about the relationship between Li Zimo and elder Xianxia, which was why he had not planned to poison her to death. She had simply fallen into a coma. This poison had come from Elder Wu and it was a very ordinary poison. However, when Lu Yin had upgraded it, he had used it all up. He still had 3 vials left and they were the ones that were not as poisonous. Now he only had 2 vials left. Elder Xianxia was dissatisfied with the Great Eastern Alliance, and even though the Sword Sect had submitted, she was not willing to join. She was an unstable factor, so Lu Yin had no choice but to put her to sleep for now. Lu Yin had originally planned to have a heart-to-heart talk with the Wen family after leaving Elder Lianxin's residence. He wanted to threaten them and make Wen Zizai realize the importance of the inheritance. However, Xiao Huangqing had given him a special privilege that allowed him to spend money to offset the damage. This made Lu Yin excited and he decided to go shopping. The first thing he did was to find the shop that he had visited before. He had not looked at it carefully before, but on his second visit, Lu Yin deliberately looked at the shop's name. Poison comes, poison returns. It was a good name. When he entered the shop, the owner was greeting a group of customers. When Lu Yin entered, the owner and the group of customers saw him and they all went limp at the same time. The 5 people in the shop almost collapsed. "My lord. Alliance Master Lu." Lu Yin looked at the group of customers strangely. "You know me." The man at the front respectfully replied, "Who in the universe doesn't know Alliance Master Lu? To be able to meet Alliance Master Lu here, this lowly one is willing to die." Lu Yin smiled. "I have some matters to discuss with the owner. Please take your time, Alliance Master Lu. This lowly one will take his leave." He then quickly led the others away. The owner of the shop lowered his head in fear and bowed respectfully. "My lord, this lowly one was in the wrong and should not have schemed against your friends. Please forgive this lowly one, and this lowly one swears that this lowly one will never do it again." Lu Yin rubbed his ears. "All right, that's enough nonsense." The shop owner was even more terrified and he immediately prostrated himself. Lu Yin glanced at him. "Let me ask you, where is the most expensive place in Gu King City?" The shop owner was confused. "The most expensive place?" Lu Yin squatted down and beamed at him. "Your shop's location is very good and it's quite large. You must be quite wealthy, so you must be very familiar with the cost of living in Gu King City. In the new year, Windswept will work even harder to bring even more exciting stories to everyone. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you." Chapter 1763. The shopkeeper stared blankly at Lu Yin for a while before suddenly realizing something. He subconsciously smiled. "I understand now. You're looking for the most expensive place?" Lu Yin nodded and looked at the shopkeeper expectantly. "It has to be the highest." "No problem, I'll show you the way. It'll definitely be the best." The shopkeeper was very enthusiastic, as if he had suddenly been enlightened. Lu Yin was astonished, but then he praised his own wisdom. He had not thought of asking a local to show him the way back at the Sea King's dome, as only locals would know the most expensive places. Just going to the auction house was too low level. Although the items sold there were very expensive, there were many good things that could not be found there. "What a pity. Sir, I'll show you the way." The shopkeeper's smile was warm, but it seemed a little wretched. They went out and called for a strange beast carriage. The shopkeeper led the way, and it did not take long for them to arrive at another street. Lu Yin blinked as he looked at the various girls playing around and the luxurious lights. "Where are we?" he asked. The shopkeeper came over and tried to curry favor. "This is the most enjoyable place in Gu King City. Here you can experience all of the highest pleasures in the world. There's nothing you can't imagine that can't be done here. We have everything that you like." Lu Yin smacked the shopkeeper's head. "This is the most expensive place you were talking about?" The shopkeeper was terrified. "The innermost part is the largest brothel in Gu King City, and the prices there are sky high. I heard that the Casanova Crown Prince came here before. Are you not satisfied?" Lu Yin was speechless. "I want to buy something." He thought about it. "Just say it. Poisons, power vessels, weapons, etc. I want the best and most expensive." The shopkeeper's face twitched and he gulped. "Do you understand?" Lu Yin asked fiercely. His every move was being watched, so how would he explain himself if word got out that he was here? Right, why did he need to explain himself? The shopkeeper hurriedly nodded. I understand. I'll take you to E-Pavilion. E-Pavilion? E-Pavilion sells almost all of the poisons in the Divine Gu dynasty. That's where the greatest poisons, weapons, and all sorts of precious items are gathered. Sir, you'll definitely be satisfied. Let's go to E-Pavilion. In the Imperial Palace, young King Qing looked at the report in surprise. Qing Longlong was standing in front of him. He went to Beauty Street. Qing Shaohuang threw away the report and said indifferently. Qing Longlong was confused. Beauty Street? Then she suddenly remembered and her face turned red. She snorted, shameless. Young Master Qing did not intend to talk about this with Qing Longlong. He looked at her and asked, "You brought him to see Miao Miao?" Qing Longlong knew that she couldn't hide it from Qing Shaohuang, so she nodded. Miao Miao wishes to see him. Young Empress Qing frowned. Don't bring Lu Yin to meet the Zhen family in the future. Leave. Qing Longlong looked at Qing Shaohuang. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end she didn't say anything. News of Lu Yin's visit to Beauty Street quickly spread throughout Gu King City. Here the one who received the most attention was Lu Yin, not Qing Shaohuang. Beauty Street? Where is it? When Xianxia was curious. The cultivator from Gu King City who received the Wen family said, Brothel Street. When Xianxia nodded. He didn't mind, but when Qianer snorted and left after calling him shameless. Mr. Yu soon found out about Lu Yin's whereabouts. As long as Lu Yin did not hide anything, everyone would know. If he did, then only Qing Shaohuang would know. Beauty Street? Mr. Yu's gaze turned cold. He had not come here just because he had been invited, but also because he wanted Qing Shaohuang to cooperate with the sword sect to deal with Lu Yin. This was his mission. Balsam also learned that Lu Yin had gone to Beauty Street and she was puzzled. Lu Yin's deeds were too obvious and everyone knew about them. The only thing that could possibly be related to brothels was the brothel in the Neoverse. She had never heard of this person having any other dealings. Why had he changed after coming to Gu King City? Had he done it on purpose? In the Grand Tutor's residence, the Grand Tutor remained calm. He went to Beauty Street. How strange that he can remain so calm in front of Miao Miao. Similarly, on the other side of Beauty Street, the nimble prince hurriedly turned around. Your Highness, aren't you going to look for Miss Tang? The nimble prince was unhappy. No, it's bad luck. Miss Tang has been waiting for you for a long time. The nimble prince's mouth twitched. He wanted to go, but when he thought about the possibility of bumping into Lu Yin, he immediately lost interest. No. Cut the crap. He then paused. You go, but don't let Lu Yin see Miss Tang. I'll go right away. The nimble prince had a helpless expression. Why was this bastard still haunting him? He had originally wanted to go to Beauty Street to vent, but now that he had bumped into Lu Yin, his days were getting worse. Lu Yin walked around Beauty Street once before heading to another street. E-Pavilion occupied half of the street and Lu Yin could see it from afar. E-Pavilion. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What does this E-Pavilion have to do with Director E? The shopkeeper respectfully replied, the boss behind E-Pavilion is Director E. Lu Yin was astonished. He's doing business. Does Qing Shaohuang not care? Qing. The shopkeeper was about to reply, but then he suddenly realized that Qing Shaohuang's name was not something he could use. I don't know if His Majesty cares, but E-Pavilion has been open for many years and its reputation is guaranteed. Lu Yin did not care if the shop's reputation was guaranteed as long as the items were good. What did reputation have to do with him? Would anyone dare to steal from him? E-Pavilion occupied half of the street, and it had an antique exterior. Half a street meant that a normal person would not be able to walk to the end of it in an entire day, and even cultivators could experience the joy of strolling around. It also meant that there was an endless supply of goods. E-Pavilion had 9 floors, which did not seem like much, but each floor was very tall. From the top of the building, one could overlook the entire street and even the Imperial Palace. As they approached E-Pavilion, Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There was actually more than one enlighter overseeing this place, which was quite impressive. The core of the Divine Gu dynasty is the Divine Gu continent, and there are over 100 cities there. Every city has an E-Pavilion, and its height is second only to the city lord's mansion. This E-Pavilion is the headquarters, and its height is second only to the Imperial Palace, the shopkeeper explained as he led the way. The entrance to E-Pavilion was rather imposing, and there were a total of 20 explorers standing there. Just their aura alone was enough to scare away most people. Before Lu Yin even entered, someone came forward to welcome him. "Greetings, Alliance Leader Lu. I'm E Pavilion's shopkeeper, Kai Lai." A skinny old man bowed respectfully in front of him, followed by a group of people from E Pavilion. There were both men and women, and they all bowed respectfully to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was astonished. "You know me?" Kai Lai respectfully replied. "Who doesn't know Alliance Leader Lu? It's an honor for Alliance Leader Lu to visit E Pavilion." Lu Yin chuckled and stepped into the room. The shopkeeper smiled at Kai Lai, who glared at him coldly before following Lu Yin in. The shopkeeper thought for a moment before following Lu Yin in as well. Lu Yin had gone to E Pavilion and everyone else had received the same news. When Xianxia and the rest were curious as to why Lu Yin had left Beauty Street so quickly. However, Manager Yi's expression changed. The moment he found out that Lu Yin had gone to E Pavilion, his entire being had turned gloomy. He knew that all of Lu Yin's expenses would be charged to Xiao Huangqing. In other words, everything Lu Yin bought in E Pavilion would be charged by Xiao Huangqing. Asking Xiao Huangqing for money? Just thinking about it made Manager Yi feel as if the sky had collapsed. Xiao Huangqing's expression was just as strange when she found out that Lu Yin had gone to E Pavilion. Of course, she knew that E Pavilion had been established by Manager Yi, and everyone had their own hobbies. There was nothing wrong with Manager Yi liking money, and Xiao Huangqing did not mind. However, everything Lu Yin spent in E Pavilion would be charged to him. He did not care about money, but would Manager Yi dare to accept it? Everyone's attention was drawn to Lu Yin, and Manager Yi's greatest hope was that Lu Yin would not buy anything too expensive. He also hoped that the people in E Pavilion would not let Lu Yin know that there was anything too expensive. If possible, he wanted to warn them, but it was already too late. Lu Yin stepped into E Pavilion and looked around. The interior was very large and spacious. "Alliance Leader Lu, this is the first floor and the items here are all worthless. I'm sure they won't catch your eye. Our E Pavilion's valuable items are all concentrated on the 8th and 9th floors," Manager Kai Lai said. "Let's go take a look," Lu Yin said and released his domain. There was indeed nothing worth paying attention to on the first floor. Most of the items here were all kinds of poisons and goo bugs, as well as some weapons and defensive items. They were all useless, but they would definitely be useful to explorers. If the first floor contained items that were useful to explorers, then this E-Pavilion truly had a deep foundation. They passed through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and all the way to the 7th floor. Lu Yin swept through the 7th floor with his domain. There were some items on the 7th floor that were useful to enlighters, but he wanted the best and most expensive items. The shop owner followed behind Lu Yin. In the past, when he had visited E-Pavilion, he had only been able to reach the 4th floor at most. He had never been to the 5th floor, let alone the 7th. Who would have thought that he would be able to reach the 8th floor one day? Today he had benefited from following Lu Yin. The E-Pavilion shrank with each floor, and the 8th floor was already close to the top. The interior was not very large, and a normal person could easily explore the entire floor. Lu Yin wandered around the 8th floor. The poisons here were quite good, at least more powerful than Elder Wu's poison. However, although the toxicity was strong, it was very obvious, unlike Helgard's poison, which was so fierce that it did not even have rune lines. There were not many items on the 8th floor, and Lu Yin's gaze landed on a small bottle that was only about the size of a palm. The words, Vajra poison, were written on it. Alliance Leader Lu really has good taste. This poison is not meant to harm others, but rather to be used on oneself. The poison makes one's skin indestructible, and even an enlighter would find it difficult to damage it. It's considered a precious item on the 8th floor, Kai Lai introduced as he looked at Lu Yin with sparkling eyes that were filled with hope. Lu Yin nodded and did not mind. He looked at the other items. This is the Poison Fire Sirius, and it's concentrated in a small tube. Once fired, it can shoot out tens of thousands of poison fire pearls. Even an enlighter with a power level of 400,000 would find it difficult to defend against them. Once touched by the poison fire pearls, the poison will spread throughout the body, and one's movements will definitely become sluggish. It's very useful when fighting enlighters. This is Chapter 1764. Lu Yin looked around and was a little disappointed. The 9th floor. Kai Lai was astonished. Alliance Master Lu doesn't like the items on the 8th floor? Too bad. Lu Yin did not hold back. Kai Lai's expression changed. Alright, please follow me. He then led the way. There were many items that could be used as long as they were upgraded, but Lu Yin's standards were too high. Even if he wanted to upgrade them, he wanted the best items and he did not have that much money to upgrade them. The shopkeeper's breathing quickened. The 9th floor was rumored to be the 9th floor of the Reliance Pavilion, and there were probably less than 10 people in the entire Divine Gu dynasty who had the qualifications to do so. Even Empress Qing Longlong had been barred from entering because she did not have enough money to purchase them. One could imagine how precious the items on the 9th floor were. Going from the 8th floor to the 9th floor did not require stairs, but rather a teleportation device. Do you want to go? Kai Lai asked coldly as he stared at the shopkeeper. This sort of person did not have the qualifications to enter the 9th floor. The shopkeeper had no choice but to step back. Lu Yin glanced at him. Follow me. Kai Lai had not expected Lu Yin to allow a shopkeeper to follow him, and he could not help but feel troubled. Alliance Master Lu, the Reliance Pavilion has its own rules. This sort of person does not deserve to enter the 9th floor. Lu Yin shook his head. Wait until your Reliance Pavilion has something that interests me before you talk to me about the rules. He then stepped into the teleportation device. Kai Lai stared at the shopkeeper coldly and snorted. Scope. The shopkeeper's face went pale. I wouldn't dare. Kai Lai coldly replied, You want me to offend Alliance Master Lu? Follow me. He then stepped into the device as well. The shopkeeper took a deep breath and looked at the device. He had never expected that a minor character like himself would one day be able to step into a place that even the Empress did not have the qualifications to enter. This experience was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. With that thought in mind, he stepped into the teleportation device with excitement. The 9th floor was not as magnificent as he had imagined. It was as if the more precious an item was in this world, the more it would flow backward with time. The 9th floor was like a world from billions of years ago, filled with a barbaric aura. Lu Yin looked around and saw the distorted void. Everything around him was remote and desolate, and he was stepping on ancient rocks. If not for the shopkeeper Kai Lai's appearance, he would have thought that he had been teleported to a desolate planet. Alliance Master Lu, this is the 9th floor of my Reliance Pavilion. What you see now is the most primitive view of the Xingu continent, Kai Lai introduced. The shop owner entered and looked around in shock. A huge shadow loomed over the sky as a monster passed by. Its entire body was covered with thick tumors. It was clearly filled with poison. The shop owner's face turned pale with fright. Kai Lai was satisfied with Lu Yin's reaction. These were all built in imitation of the divine venomous insect continent's original style. What you see now is just an illusion. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why did you build the 9th level like this? Kai Lai had a sincere expression on his face. Because Her Majesty the Empress Qing remembers her ancestors and often longs for how difficult it was for her ancestors to survive on the divine venomous insect continent, Lord Chief Steward decided to restore the 9th level to its original state so that Her Majesty the Empress Qing could occasionally reminisce about her past. Lu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air, as he finally understood why young Emperor Qing liked Director Yi so much. Director Yi had been bootlicking for a very long time. Even Ku Wei and Elder Tan could be pushed to the side. Compared to Director Yi, those two were nothing. Director Yi had directly bootlicked Lu Yin on a spiritual level, which had already reached such a high level. Lu Yin was stunned. It was no wonder why Qing Longlong had been blocked outside. This was a show of strength, and he was using the momentum of blocking Qing Longlong to curry favor with young Emperor Qing. Even his subordinates could enter a bootlicking state at any time. Even Lu Yin was envious of young Emperor Qing. With such a person by his side, his days would be much more comfortable. Lu Yin was not interested in the divine venomous insect continent's original style. Isn't there supposed to be something precious on the 9th level? Take it out and let me see. Shopkeeper Kai Lai acknowledged the order and clapped his hands. Not long after, the teleportation device distorted, and a beautiful woman walked over. She held a crystal tray that was covered with a gray cloth. Alliance Master Lu, please open it. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he casually opened it, only to see a strange long worm coiled up on top of the crystal tray. It was as withered as a tree branch, and its segments made it seem like it was in a deep slumber. There were no rune lines on it. What's this? Lu Yin was confused. Shopkeeper Kai Lai smiled. A segmented worm. Segmented worm? The shop owner was shocked and his face went pale. Lu Yin looked at him. You know about it? The shop owner looked at the segmented worm in horror. It's the treasure of the Jie cult that caused chaos in my divine venomous insect dynasty. The Jie cult was a behemoth that flourished for a period of time, and at its peak, it could even contend with my divine venomous insect dynasty's army. Even Her Majesty, the Qing Empress, was almost unable to destroy the Jie cult several times because of this segmented worm. This type of insect is extremely sinister, and once it comes into contact with a person, it will burrow into their body and devour their flesh and blood. Even the legendary envoys have been devoured before. Kai Lai looked at the shop owner in admiration. This guy was still useful after all, and his introduction would not have been as shocking. Lu Yin was astonished and looked at the segmented worm. He had not expected it to be so powerful that it could even deal with envoys. There were many strange things in the universe. Normal people cultivated star energy while the Spectre clan cultivated death chi. The Sixth Mainland also cultivated bloodlines and imprints, while the divine venomous insect dynasty cultivated goo. For example, Qing Longlong had a type of goo called the limitless worm. As long as it burrowed into an enemy's body, it would not leave until the enemy died. It looked similar to this segmented worm, but Qing Longlong's limitless worm could only deal with enlighters at most. This segmented worm could even deal with envoys. Weren't the segmented worms all destroyed? Because they're too insidious, even a normal cultivator can pose a great threat to them. That's why Her Majesty the Empress of Love did not allow them to appear in the world, the shop owner asked in shock. Kai Lai ignored the shop owner. Her Majesty the Empress of Love did not allow the segmented worms to appear in the world, but only ordinary people were allowed to possess them. The Reliance Pavilion and the Imperial family were not included in this list, but because the segmented worms were too insidious, very few people were willing to use them. He looked at Lu Yin. Although the segmented worms were powerful, they were also harmful to the user. Many people from the dynasty had come here before, but no one had bought them. He did not know if Alliance Master Lu would be willing to buy them. No, next, Lu Yin said indifferently. Kai Lai was stunned. Alliance Master Lu, you don't like it? Lu Yin replied, I'm not that interested in goo. It's strange to have something in my body that's still alive. Kai Lai was helpless and he waved a hand. Next. Lu Yin's words basically put an end to the existence of goo in front of him. Kai Lai took out the second item that had been tailor-made for Lu Yin, a source box. Lu Yin was a boundless advanced lockbreaker, so this source box was the most suitable item for him. As he looked at the source box in front of him, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was a good item. In front of him was a 7-colored source box. The source box was dazzling, and it was so dazzling that one could not open their eyes. This was the danger of a source box. Normal people will go blind after just one look at it, and even cultivators won't be able to take it for more than a few seconds. There was once an enlighter who was also a lockbreaker, but he was also blinded after staring at the source box for less than 10 seconds. No matter how he was treated, he could not be cured, Kai Lai reminded Lu Yin. As he spoke, he looked to the side, not daring to look at the 7-colored source box. Lu Yin felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and he hurriedly retracted his gaze. I'll take it. Wrap it up. Kai Lai smiled. This source box had been left in the Reliance Pavilion for a long time, but no one had wanted it. Many lockbreakers had tried it, but they had all given up. A source box that could blind people was very strange. Everyone knew that this source box might contain something good, but if one could not unlock it, then it would be useless. Kai Lai had heard that this alliance leader Lu was rather rich, so he was thinking about how to charge him. Thank you for your support, Alliance leader Lu. Today, all your purchases in the Reliance Pavilion will be sold at a 30% discount, Kai Lai said loudly. He did not have the final say on whether or not the source box would be sold at a 30% discount. These items were not clearly priced, so he decided to double the original price. After all, the director had been beaten up by this person and he wanted to avenge the director. The 7-colored light disappeared and the source box was wrapped up. Lu Yin looked at Kai Lai with a solemn expression. Kai Lai felt a chill run down his spine and he carefully asked, Lu, Alliance leader Lu, do you have any questions? Lu Yin answered seriously, This source box is very precious. Kai Lai blinked. What did he mean? It's such a precious item and it will be a loss for your Reliance Pavilion if I sell it. I'm very clear about that, so there's no need to give me a discount. Just charge me as much as you want. I'm not lacking in money, Lu Yin said solemnly. Kai Lai's eyes widened as he felt a strong sense of wealth. Lu Yin's words had even made him think that this person was from the Mavis family. The shop owner was stunned as well. Was he really that rich? If there's a discount, then I don't want it. I don't take advantage of others, Lu Yin barked. Do you understand? Kai Lai straightened his back. I understand. Rest assured, Alliance Leader Lu. I definitely won't disappoint you. He decided to increase the price by 5 times. Lu Yin patted Kai Lai's shoulder and praised him. Good, that's the attitude of a qualified businessman. I hope that your stock won't disappoint me for the next item. Money isn't an issue, and as long as I'm satisfied, I won't mind adding another layer to your price. Kai Lai was encouraged as this person was just too rich. There were some items that he hadn't planned on taking out, as they were all the Reliance Pavilion's core treasures. The manager had also warned him not to take them out unless it was absolutely necessary, unless he met someone with a lot of money. Kai Lai knew that he had met someone with a lot of money. Manager, I've met someone with a lot of money. This person even offended you in the past, so I'll take revenge for you. With the mentality of wanting to rip off the customer and take revenge, as well as the pride of not wanting to be looked down upon by others, shopkeeper Kai took out the third item. It was a drop of liquid that was suspended in the bottle. It looked like a teardrop and was colorless. Alliance Leader Lu, this is poison. It's called benevolent tears, Kai Lai said solemnly. At the same time, Manager Yi couldn't hold himself back and contacted the Reliance Pavilion's people in front of Xiao Huangqing to ask what Lu Yin had purchased. When he heard that Lu Yin hadn't bought anything from the first 8 floors, his heart sank. When he found out that Lu Yin had entered the 9th floor, he gritted his teeth and ordered someone to tell Kai Lai not to take out anything precious. But the next moment he found out that Kai Lai had taken out a 7-colored source box, and his heart began to bleed. Chapter 1765. The manager knew that Lu Yin would definitely want that item. If he could get paid for it, then so be it. If he sold it, then so be it. He was going to sell it anyway, but everything that Lu Yin bought had to be paid for by the Empress of Love. This was equivalent to saying that he would lose out on whatever Lu Yin bought. He ordered Kai Lai to not take out anything precious and hoped that it would come in time. However, he soon learned that Kai Lai had taken out the tears of the benevolent. Eunuch Yi's face paled. On the 9th floor of the Reliance Pavilion, Lu Yin was confused. The tears of the benevolent? Kai Lai looked at the shopkeeper, who promptly spoke up. After doing business for so many years, he often had to be discerning. The tears of the benevolent are the most poisonous things in the Divine Gu dynasty. Legend has it that a single drop can kill a powerful emissary. Lu Yin raised his brows. Are your emissaries that worthless? There was the knuckleworm, and now there's this tears of the benevolent that can kill an emissary. The shopkeeper did not understand the emissary level at all, so he could not answer. Kai Lai said, Alliance Master, emissaries are very powerful. The Empress of Love might be the only emissary in the Divine Gu dynasty, but both the knuckleworm and the tears of the benevolent have been recorded as being able to kill emissaries. This is absolutely true, and the tears of the benevolent aren't just any ordinary emissary. His gaze turned cold. It's a powerful emissary with a power level of over 700,000. Impossible, Lu Yin was resolute. Aside from young Empress Qing, there hasn't been anyone in the Divine Gu dynasty with a power level of over 700,000. Kai Lai said, that's what the records say, but I don't know if it's true or not. However, the tears of the benevolent are indeed the most poisonous things in the Divine Gu dynasty. Outside of the Reliance Pavilion and the Imperial Palace, they can't be found anywhere else. Lu Yin pondered this. Could young Empress Qing have used the tears of the benevolent to deal with him? Is this poison colorless and tasteless? Lu Yin asked. Kai Lai lamented. Although the tears of the benevolent are extremely poisonous, they can be detected. The colorless liquid has a force that can be seen with the naked eye, so as long as one is prepared, they won't be poisoned. This is the greatest weakness of the tears. Lu Yin nodded. The Anitya Hellguard's toxicity was far inferior to that of the virtuous man's tear, but it was superior in that it was colorless and odorless, and even its rune lines could not be seen. On the other hand, the virtuous man's tier could be easily seen. There were gains and losses, and this was the cycle of karma. "I'll take this as well," Lu Yin said proudly. Regardless of its flaws, as long as its toxicity was real, he was fine with it. Most of the time he would only use poison in battle, not in secret. He could still upgrade it, and he didn't know how powerful the philanthropist's tier would be if he upgraded it to its peak. Shopkeeper Kai Lai smiled. He had sold another one. The philanthropist's tier was very precious and was a true treasure of the pavilion. If he hadn't met someone as rich as Lu Yin, he wouldn't have taken it out. Next. Lu Yin called out loudly as if he had no lack of money. At this time, a maid from the pavilion entered, wanting to say something to the shopkeeper. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Is the pavilion so unruly? I just got excited, so I don't want to be disturbed." Shopkeeper Kai Lai frowned and glared at the maid. "Why haven't you left yet?" The maid was anxious. "Shopkeeper manager dash." A cold snort came from Lu Yin's mouth, accompanied by a spiritual force pressure. The maid couldn't withstand it and fainted. Shopkeeper Kai Lai didn't understand, as he hadn't felt any spiritual force fluctuations and couldn't sense anything. "Hurry up next." "I still have things to do," Lu Yin said impatiently. Shopkeeper Kai Lai didn't think too much about it and assumed that something had happened to the maid. "Alliance Master Lu, the next precious item is a goo." Lu Yin frowned. Shopkeeper Kai Lai hurriedly explained, "This goo is different from others. It isn't absorbed into the body, but rather branded on the surface of the body. Its function is to substitute for death." "Life-extending butterfly?" The shopkeeper cried out in disbelief. Shopkeeper Kai Lai looked at the shopkeeper in admiration again. The shopkeeper had cooperated perfectly at the right time. Shopkeeper Kai Lai found this shopkeeper more and more pleasing to the eye, and he could promote him after this. "That's right, a life-extending butterfly." A life-extending butterfly. Lu Yin was confused. There were so many strange things in the Divine Gu dynasty. This time there was no physical object. Shopkeeper Kai Lai clapped his hands, causing the sky to change and the surroundings to become a sea of flowers. It was exceptionally beautiful, and at the center of the sea of flowers, a beautiful butterfly flapped its wings and slowly flew up. It carried a dreamy color as it flew into the distance, leaving behind a strange arc that slowly disappeared. Lu Yin blinked. "That's it." As the name suggests, a life-extending butterfly can give a person an additional life as long as it's engraved on the surface of the body. No matter how powerful the attack is, it will only destroy the butterfly and not harm the person. Another explanation is that the human body is embedded into a parallel spacetime by the butterfly, Shopkeeper Kai Lai explained, looking enviously at the disappearing arc in the distance. Anyone who understood the life-extending butterfly would want to obtain it, but how could they have the qualifications to do so? In the entire Divine Gu dynasty, there were only a handful of people who possessed it, such as young Empress Qing Eunuch Yi and the wretched prince. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, and this time he was truly serious. The Divine Gu dynasty actually had such a treasure, and the outside world hadn't even heard of it. This didn't make any sense. Did the Hall of Honor not know? This treasure that could give an additional life was much more important than the giant's technology. "Can anyone use the life-extending butterfly?" Lu Yin asked. Shopkeeper Kai Lai nodded. "Anyone can, but the life-extending butterfly also has a flaw. Once used, one's cultivation will never increase." Lu Yin was astonished. "You just said that young Empress Qing has a life-extending butterfly. How did her cultivation increase?" Shopkeeper Kai Lai replied, "Her Majesty Empress Qing did not increase her cultivation but rather her gu. My Divine Gu dynasty uses gu to conquer the world, and as long as the gu is improved, her cultivation will increase as well. Personal strength is not that important." Lu Yin understood. No wonder. Even if the Hall of Honor had a life-extending butterfly, who would be willing to use it? Alderton? That was impossible. He still wanted to break through to the progenitor realm. The chief of Realm Mountain? That was also impossible, as these people wanted to increase their cultivation more. Only those from the Divine Gu dynasty valued the life-extending butterfly more. The outside world had items that could extend one's life, and no matter how precious the life-extending butterfly was, this flaw was enough to erase most of its value. The life-extending butterfly is extremely rare in my Divine Gu dynasty, and we can't even count them on one hand. Even within the dynasty, Not many people understand this type of goo. It's also a treasure of my Reliance Pavilion, shopkeeper Kai Lai explained. Lu Yin smiled. I'll take it. Kai Lai's eyes lit up. Alliance Master Lu is generous. Next. Lu Yin called out loudly. The Reliance Pavilion did indeed have many good items. At this moment another maid hurried over, her face pale. She opened her mouth to say something, but Lu Yin glared at her and his spiritual force swept over her, causing her to collapse to the ground. You maids are too impudent. How can you casually disturb a guest? The experience is too poor. Kai Lai's expression changed. The maids naturally understood the Reliance Pavilion's rules, but for them to come looking for him again and again at such a critical moment, it was obvious that something big had happened. This time he had seen clearly that Lu Yin was the one who had caused the maid to faint. There was something fishy about this and he was not stupid. Next. Lu Yin looked at Kai Lai. Kai Lai's expression changed slightly and he smiled fawningly. Alliance Master Lu, there's nothing else. Lu Yin glared. What did you say? Nothing else? The 9th level of the Reliance Pavilion and you're saying that there's nothing else? Kai Lai felt wronged. The 9th level of the Reliance Pavilion stores the absolute best. Even the Empress Qing Longlong can't afford it. Any one of these items would cause countless people in the Divine Gu dynasty to fight over them. There really isn't anything else. Lu Yin snorted. You're too disappointing. This is the Reliance Pavilion. Any weave in my Great Eastern Alliance has more treasures than this. Kai Lai bowed respectfully but he did not reply. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity as this was the end of the line. As the shopkeeper of the Reliance Pavilion, this person was quite astute. Alright, I've looked around enough. Pack up the items that I've taken a liking to and then pack up the 8th level. Kai Lai was stunned as he did not hear clearly. Alliance Master Lu, what did you say? Lu Yin replied, pack up everything on the 8th level. I'll buy them all. Kai Lai's jaw dropped. Pack up? This was the first time he had seen someone buy things in such a manner. Why don't we pack up the entire Reliance Pavilion? Lu Yin muttered to himself. Kai Lai's body went limp and he almost collapsed. Alliance Master Lu, my Reliance Pavilion needs too many items to operate. If you want to pack up the 8th level I'll have to ask the boss, Kai Lai said. Lu Yin was disdainful. Idiot. One transaction is enough for your Reliance Pavilion to operate for over 100 years, and you still want to ask the boss? What's the point of being a shopkeeper? No matter what Lu Yin said, Kai Lai remained unmoved. In any case, he would not sell anything else until he had a clear understanding of the situation. Lu Yin pursed his lips as this was really the end of the line. If he continued to buy, then even that old man Reliance Pavilion would be forced out as well as young Master Qing. Alright, pack up the items that I've taken a liking to. Kai Lai wiped his forehead. How will Alliance Master Lu pay for them? Lu Yin smiled and patted Kai Lai's shoulder. Are you looking down on me? Pack up the items for me first and I'll check them before I pay. Or are you afraid that I'll renege on my debt? Kai Lai naturally did not dare to say such a thing, so he could only helplessly pack up the items for Lu Yin. There was a rainbow source box, a philanthropist's tear and a life-extending butterfly. These items were living creatures, but they had been sealed as specimens that could be stored in a cosmic ring. It was only at this point that Lu Yin realized that he had bought too little. Alliance Master Lu, your items have been packed. The total value. Kai Lai had only just finished speaking when Lu Yin raised a hand to interrupt him. Go ask Manadri. Everything that I, Lu Yin, spend on the Divine Gu continent will be accounted for by young Empress Qing, who is also your Empress. Alright, thank you. He then left with the shop owner. Kai Lai stood there in a daze, unable to react for a long time. By the time he reacted, he had already collapsed to the ground, feeling as if the sky had collapsed. Elsewhere in the Divine Gu dynasty's imperial palace, Manager Reliance also felt as if the sky had collapsed. When he had learned that Kai Lai had taken out the life-extending butterfly, he had nearly gone crazy and he had even lost his image in front of young Master Qing. Regardless of whether it was the 5-star Boundless Advanced Source Box or the Philanthropist's Tier, they were all priceless treasures. The life-extending butterfly was even more priceless, and any one of them was not something that an ordinary enlighter could afford. Even Prince Beiqing was certain that he did not have the wealth to purchase all 3 items, and he could only buy one at most. Qing Longlong did not even have the qualifications to enter the 9th level. Chapter 1766. The top treasures of the 9th floor were comparable to Xiao Huangqing's personal collection, but now even the best ones were gone. If it weren't for the money, Lu Yin would have taken the entire 8th floor for himself. That shameless bastard. Xiao Huangqing knew this as well, and his expression turned ugly. Although it was just 3 items, their value was too high and any one of them would cause a huge commotion. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to be so shameless as to not give him a single cent and put all the blame on him. Xiao Huangqing subconsciously glanced at Yi, who happened to be looking at Xiao Huangqing as well. The moment he met Xiao Huangqing's gaze, he immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty, everything I have was bestowed upon me by you. Please don't take this to heart or I'd rather die." Xiao Huangqing's expression improved greatly. He had money and didn't care, but he didn't feel good about being taken advantage of like this. "Don't worry, I won't let you lose out. I'll have to cough up this debt one day." Yi's face was filled with grief, helplessness, and resentment. The slap on his face still hadn't faded. "Your Majesty, there's still a few days until the banquet." Xiao Huangqing's heart sank. Given Lu Yin's shameless behavior, he definitely wouldn't be polite in the next few days. He would definitely spend like crazy. Xiao Huangqing's gaze turned cold. "The banquet can't wait any longer." "Yes, Your Majesty, I'll go make preparations." Yi hurriedly left. Xiao Huangqing sighed and clenched his fists. Lu Yin was too shameless. Lu Yin left the Yi pavilion feeling refreshed. He patted the shopkeeper's shoulder. "You did well, not bad." The shopkeeper directly slumped to the ground, filled with despair. He finally reacted to the scene earlier. This person in front of him had tricked manager Yi, and he was the one leading the way. Everything was over. He would die for sure, no one would be able to save him. Lu Yin glanced at the shopkeeper. "All right, don't look like you're about to die. I'll tell young King Qing to take care of you. He'll give me face and he'll have to. I don't want to die yet. My life has just begun and I'm still very young. I don't want to die. My life has just begun and I'm still very young. I don't want to die. My lord, you were the one who wanted to go to the most expensive place. I didn't bring you here on purpose. I beg you, my lord, please save me, save me." Lu Yin grew impatient. "I told you that I'd save you. Right, let's continue. Where else can we spend more money?" The shopkeeper's face went pale. Spending money like this meant that one had a deep background. With Yigu as an example, he no longer dared to bring Lu Yin to that kind of place again. Going to a place meant offending a group of people. If he went to a few more places, he wouldn't even have a foothold in the entire Divine Gu dynasty, let alone the Divine Gu continent. When he saw the shopkeeper's expression, Lu Yin knew that the man wouldn't dare bring him to another place. However, he didn't want to waste this rare opportunity, so he continued to threaten the shopkeeper. "If you don't bring me to a place with high prices, then I won't care about you anymore. Yigu won't let you off." "Right, I think I slapped Yigu in your shop," Lu Yin said slowly. The shopkeeper trembled as he listened to Lu Yin's every word. It was as if he was listening to the voice of death. This person was too terrifying and ruthless. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry and he just looked around. The shopkeeper was helpless. "Sir, I know a place. Is it expensive?" "I know, but it shouldn't be too bad." Lu Yin looked at him. "You don't know? You haven't been there before? Where is it?" The shopkeeper replied bitterly, "It's a secret auction ground. I've been there once by chance, but I was chased out very quickly. My assets weren't checked." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "There's a need to check your assets?" "Yes. You need to take out at least 1,000,000 star essence to qualify for entry," the shopkeeper replied. "Take me there," Lu Yin said without hesitation. Although 1,000,000 star essence was not a lot to him, it was still an outrageous amount to ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators would only need 1,000,000 star essence to reach the Enlighter realm after 32 cycles. And cultivators who had just broken through to the Enlighter realm would only need 120,000 star essence per cycle. Lu Yin often faced the leading powers of the 8 great flow zones or the behemoths of the Neoverse, and he had come into contact with billions of star essence. However, in the eyes of ordinary cultivators, 1,000,000 star essence was enough to buy the life of an Enlighter. In other words, the requirements to enter that place were equivalent to an Enlighter's. Even in the 8 great flow zones of the Innerverse, there weren't many Enlighters, so such a place naturally attracted him. In the Innerverse, in the Minor Thousand Flow Zone, There were 108 ring-shaped tributaries that wound around the entire minor thousand flow zone, creating a unique flow zone scene. At the very center of the minor thousand flow zone was the famous Starsibyl sect. Every day there were countless spacecraft parked outside the minor thousand flow zone, all vainly hoping to be divined by the Starsibyl sect. There were also quite a few people who hoped to meet Starsibyl, who dominated the universe. Brother Liang, I heard that you sat at the same table as Starsibyl back then. You'll definitely have a chance to meet her again this time, but we're different. We just want to enter the Starsibyl sect and see its splendor. Many spacecraft were parked on a giant meteorite. This meteorite had long since been transformed into a space station, and there were even people selling goods here. A group of youths was drinking tea and chatting within the space station. From time to time, there would be people exchanging pointers and cheering for each other. Brother Ping is too humble. Back then, Brother Ping also conversed with the explorer Starsibyl. Apparently, the duration of your conversation surpassed all of your peers. How enviable. None of us can compare to Brother Lu. As a disciple of the Sword Sect's Lu family, you can chat about the universe with Starsibyl, but we can only answer her questions. Not far away, a young man's lips curled up and many people looked at him enviously. His name was Lu Dong and he was a disciple of the Sword Sect's Lu family. He was of the same generation as Lu Xiaoqiu, but he could not compare to Lu Xiaoqiu, Lu Xiaoyan or even Lu Ling. However, because of his status as a disciple of the Lu family, he had indeed interacted with Starsibyl before. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, Lu Dong modestly replied, "There's more than one Starsibyl. I've only conversed with the Limiter Starsibyl. I've never conversed with an explorer, cruiser or even an enlighter Starsibyl." The man called Brother Liang was envious. Who doesn't know that this generation's Starsibyl is different from the previous one? She's a clone that cultivates the 9 clones technique. Brother Lu, you've conversed with the Limiter Starsibyl, which means that you've conversed with all of the Starsibyls. Even Starsibyl has to give Brother Lu face. If Brother Lu is able to enter the Starsibyl sect, please don't forget about us brothers. Thank you, Brother Lu. Thank you, Brother Lu. Lu Dong laughed heartily. On the surface he looked impressive, but only he knew the truth. Starsibyl had never looked him in the eye. Starsibyl. How was he different from these people? He was still not qualified to enter the Starsibyl sect. If he could reach Lu Xiaoqiu's level, then things would be completely different. Although Lu Xiaoqiu could not compare to Starsibyl or the 10 arbiters, he had comprehended the 13 swords, which meant that he would sooner or later become an expert who could dominate the universe. Even in his dreams, Lu Dong dreamed of comprehending the 13 swords, especially when an outsider like Lu Yin had grasped the 13 swords and used it to defeat Lu Tianmu's senior apprentice sister. This news had a huge impact on the Lu family, and outsiders could not even begin to imagine it. If he could reach Lu Yin's level, then even Starsibyl would have to kneel before him. Lu Dong could not help but daydream about becoming Lu Yin. Suddenly, space exploded and the space station was swept away by a powerful gale. Everyone was instantly obliterated regardless of whether they were humans, spacecraft, or stars. Everything was destroyed in an instant, and the Lesser Thousand Flow realm was turned into a land of death. A black shadow stood in the center of the Lesser Thousand Flow realm and surveyed its surroundings. A pair of scarlet vertical eyes appeared and then it disappeared. Not long after, news of the destruction of the Lesser Thousand Flow realm and the disappearance of the Starsibyl sect spread throughout the universe and even the entire Fifth Mainland. The Starsibyl sect had a huge influence in the universe, and regardless of whether one believed a divination or not, it would still have an impact on people. Starsibyl herself was not weak, but she had actually disappeared in an instant. The Starsibyl sect's disappearance had an even greater impact than the disappearance of the 8 Great Flow Zone's leading powers. In Gu King City, the shop owner led Lu Yin around until they arrived at a dark alley. After passing through it, they entered a gloomy area that required them to pass through a long corridor. The moment the two entered the corridor, oil lamps lit up on both sides. Each light distorted the void, indicating that they were definitely not ordinary items. Acid audit. 1 million star essence. Please present your items. A hollow voice rang out and the shop owner panicked. He lowered his head, afraid that he would be recognized or remembered. The person beside him was clearly here to eat for free, and he was clearly here to cause trouble. Even if he had disguised himself before entering, the shop owner still did not have much confidence. Dark auctions referred to auctions that were hidden in the dark. The items sold were items that could not be seen or dared not be seen. This implied not only the items being auctioned but also the people being auctioned. All of the people participating in dark auctions hid their identities, and no one knew who the items would end up in. This was to protect the auctioneers. Lu Yin naturally hid his identity as well. He glanced at the corner of his eye and raised a hand to retrieve Elder Wu's upgraded poison. He tossed it forward and instantly disappeared. Praise it yourself. An asset audit could be done in the form of star essence or something of equivalent value. As long as it was worth at least 1,000,000 star essence, it would suffice. Elder Wu's upgraded poison could even kill an emissary, so it was valued in the Divine Gu dynasty at a much higher price than 1,000,000 star essence. Not long after, the bottle was returned and Lu Yin accepted it. You've passed the audit. Please enter. The corridor ahead of them became gloomy again, and Lu Yin led the shop owner inside. The shop owner did not know whether to be happy or worried. He had followed Lu Yin to the 9th level of the Reliance Pavilion, and he had even entered the dark auction venue. He had seen places that he would never see in his entire life, but what had happened in the end? He could only pray that this person still had a conscience and would save him. After passing through the corridor, they arrived at the dark main venue. Only the stage was lit up and there were over 100 cubicles around it. Each cubicle was dozens of meters apart and no one could see what was going on inside. This was done to conceal the buyer's identity. Chapter 1767. Lu Yin was led by an attendant to a private room. There was only a single window that faced the stage. There was plenty of food and drinks prepared in the room, and there was a girl chained up in a corner. She was dressed in revealing clothing and had a vacant look in her eyes. However, she was exceptionally beautiful and had a hint of innocence to her, which was enough to attract the attention of any man. Lu Yin frowned. There were too many dark sides to the universe and many people lived lives that were worse than death. This girl was no exception. He had the attendant take the girl away and then sat down quietly. The shop owner stood in front of him and Lu Yin said, "Sit down." The shop owner trembled as he sat down. "What's your name?" Lu Yin asked as he still did not know the shop owner's name. The shop owner respectfully replied, "My name is Chang Wu, but you can just call me Little Five. You even know where the secret auction is. You're doing pretty well." Chang Wu bitterly replied, "It's not that I want to know, but it's just a coincidence. Once I was chased by someone and accidentally entered that dark alley. I entered the long corridor and was questioned about my assets. I thought that they were trying to rob me, and it was only after I was chased away that I remembered hearing about the secret auction." Lu Yin nodded and did not ask any more questions. He then looked at the stage. Not long after, a man walked out from the stage. He wore a mask that obscured his face, but he was only an enlighter. His rune lines could not fool Lu Yin. Everyone should be clear about the rules of this auction. We only provide the location and are responsible for the auction, but we are not responsible for the source of the items being auctioned. If you have any items that you wish to auction, please contact us. Next, let's welcome the first auction item, the 16 bottles that Old Poison Ghost created when he was alive. There is no starting bid. The void above the stage distorted and a light barrier appeared. 50,000 star essence. Someone immediately called out the moment the 16 bottles appeared. His voice had clearly been processed and it sounded very stiff. 60,000 star essence. 80,000. 90,000. Lu Yin was curious. Old Poison Ghost? Chang Wu bowed. Old Man Poison Ghost was a powerful enlighter from my Divine Gu dynasty. He was a cruel person and he once massacred a planet with his poison. In the end, he was exterminated by the Divine Gu dynasty. The poison that he left behind is extremely powerful, and it has high research value. Lu Yin wasn't actually that interested in poisons and he would be fine as long as he upgraded a few of them. He didn't expect to use poisons against his enemies, and he also didn't want the Great Eastern Alliance's army to be proficient in using poisons. Although there were thousands of cultivation methods, poisons still gave people a sinister feeling, which made them unsuitable for the Great Eastern Alliance. In the end, Old Poison Ghost's 16 bottles were purchased for 200,000 star essence. Following that, the auction items appeared one after another. Most of them were poisons which disappointed Lu Yin. No matter how precious these poisons were, They could not compare to tears of the benevolent or impermanence, which were already the pinnacle of poisons in the divine Gu dynasty. After a while Lu Yin grew bored and Chong 5 could tell that he was bored. My lord, the most expensive items in the divine Gu dynasty are poisons and Gu. If you're not interested in those two items, then there's nothing worth buying. My divine Gu dynasty doesn't have much contact with the outside world, so what you need might not be available here. Lu Yin could tell that power vessels were things that cultivators from the outside world coveted, and within the divine Gu dynasty, poisons and Gu were equivalent to power vessels. Aren't there any battle techniques? Lu Yin was unwilling to give up. Chong 5 smiled bitterly. Battle techniques are also suitable for poisons and Gu. This is the Gu flow zone after all, and since ancient times, people from the outside world have known that there is a Gu flow zone. Only Gu and poisons can be found in the Gu flow zone, and the Gu flow zone is dangerous, so not many people are willing to come here. What a pity. Lu Yin watched as the auction items appeared one after another. Forget it, he would just treat this as a pastime. The starting bid is 50 million star essence. Lu Yin suddenly looked at the stage. 50 million star essence? He wasn't the only one. When the starting bid appeared, everyone looked at the stage as well. 50 million star essence? That's crazy. What kind of item is worth that much? Before the auction started, no one knew the auction item's price, including the auction venues. Only the auctioneer knew, and the auction venue had to follow the price set by the auctioneer. If Lu Yin wanted to, he could also sell the item and the price would be up to him. As for whether it was high or low, it had nothing to do with the auction venue, as the venue would only collect a commission. Whether the item was real or not, or whether it was worth anything, had nothing to do with the auction venue. At this moment, the person who had arranged the auction was clearly shocked by the price. He had been auctioning items for many years, but he had never seen such a high price. Most importantly, the auction item was not an actual item, but rather a piece of information. What's so expensive? Why aren't you showing it yet? Someone asked, not because they wanted to buy it but because they were curious. Not everyone could afford such an expensive item. Hurry up and show it. I want to know what's so expensive. Hurry up and show it. Chong 5 also looked at the stage curiously, as such an expensive starting bid had only been recorded in books. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. 50 million star essence was quite a lot even in his eyes. On the stage, the masked person walked out and gestured with his hand. Everyone, this auction is not an actual item, but rather a piece of information. Or rather, a piece of information. A piece of information is worth 50 million star essence? Could it be information about His Majesty's illegitimate child? Someone teased, as they were not afraid of being discovered by young King Qing. This auction venue had a huge backer and they had also concealed their identities. Or could it be related to a certain poison that surpasses the tears of Good Samaritan in our Gu flow zone? It might not necessarily be from the Gu flow zone. Perhaps it has something to do with the outside world? That's possible. Could it be information about Lu Yin? I heard that the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master is currently in Gu King City. Could it be related to his cultivation secrets? Then it's not just 50 million star essence. It's more like 500 million. Even if it's 500 million, it won't be your turn to buy it, huh? Many people discussed the auction, but their eyes remained glued to the stage. There were also some who looked around, wondering where the person who was auctioning the information was. He was definitely in one of the cubicles. Lu Yin listened quietly while Chong 5 had a strange expression on his face. The person these fellows were discussing was right here, and if he knew, he would probably be scared to death. Although these people were tyrannical in the Gu flow zone, and even the imperial family had to give them face, they were still easily dealt with by this man. Ahem, I'm sure everyone knows that something huge has happened in the Outerverse recently. The Neo-Human Alliance has been crazily slaughtering the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland because of a murder case in the Cape Star system that implicated the Neo-Human Alliance. The Neo-Human Alliance is slaughtering so crazily because they're searching for something that has something to do with the Black Crystal, the masked man said. The entire venue fell silent. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn. This incident actually involved the Neo-Human Alliance and the Black Crystal? This was the Gu flow zone, so how could that be involved? No one dared to underestimate the Neo-Human Alliance. Alright, 50 million star essence. You may begin the auction, the masked man said. However, there was still no one bidding. The incident in the Outerverse had happened not too long ago, and even now the Neo-Human Alliance had calmed down a lot. However, there were still massacres taking place. The Neo-Human Alliance was one of the three Dark Hands, a great enemy of the Hall of Honor and a public enemy of humanity. They were not people that the Outerverse could resist. Those who could sit here were not ordinary people, and they knew more than the average person. Naturally, they had more misgivings. The masked man shouted a few more times, but no one bid. In the end, this piece of information was left unsold. Within his cubicle, Lu Yin fell into deep thought. He had left the Outerverse and actively come to the Gu Flow Zone in order to avoid this incident. Now he naturally could not bid, as his identity would be easily exposed. However, not being able to bid was one thing, and not being able to obtain this information was another. He had to obtain this information. Lu Yin used his spirit transformation domain to sweep through the entire venue. Only enlighters or envoys who were extremely proficient in domains could sense his presence, and no one else could. There were actually 3 enlighters in this venue, which was definitely not something an ordinary organization could possess. Even Chaos God Mountain did not have many enlighters. Aside from the enlighters, there were also all sorts of strange goo to prevent others from spying on them. Every cubicle had a goo, and because of these goo, Lu Yin had almost been discovered. Fortunately, his usage of his domain allowed him to avoid detection, and he kept a close eye on the masked man. The masked man was conversing with an attendant backstage, and he had no idea that Lu Yin was watching him. Once, twice, thrice. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at a cubicle diagonally across from him. The masked man had looked in that direction 3 times while speaking. Either there was an extremely important person sitting there, or it was the person who was auctioning off the information. Lu Yin was more inclined to believe that the masked man was the latter. Lu Yin's domain swept past the cubicle and he saw the person inside. It was a dispirited old man who was only a hunter. His aura was unstable, and it was obvious that he had been injured. Since he had already discovered the masked man, Lu Yin was no longer in a hurry. Any movement at this time might attract attention. The Divine Gu Dynasty's Gu were very strange, and Lu Yin's movements could not be hidden from Xiao Huangqing's eyes. He might not be able to hide from the owner of this secret auction venue either. He did not care about these people, but he was afraid that they would attract the attention of the Neo-Human Alliance. Half a day later, the secret auction finally ended, and the old man in the cubicle left. Everyone left at different times and along different routes to avoid bumping into each other. Lu Yin used his domain to keep an eye on the old man until he left through another dark alley. Only then did he have Chong Wu return to the shop and wait for him while he chased after the old man. Chong Wu was apprehensive and he did not dare to return to the shop. He did not even dare to return home until he was certain of his own safety. He felt like he had entered the darkest era of his life. Lu Yin did not follow the old man for long, as the old man had already died. When he saw the old man collapse to the ground and turn into a puddle of blood, Lu Yin hurriedly tried to save him, but it was too late. Lu Yin looked in the direction of the secret auction venue. Based on the old man's expression when he had left, his information had probably been sold. Since the auction had failed, the only place that could be sold was the secret auction venue. As he thought about it, Lu Yin turned back, only to find that the auction venue had collapsed and was on fire. Quite a few people had gathered around to watch the show, and there were even city guards from Gu King City who had sealed off the area. How had it ended so quickly? From the moment the old man had left and died to Lu Yin's return, the entire process had taken less than the time it would take to brew a cup of tea. They had killed the old man to silence him and erase all traces of him in that amount of time. This secret auction venue contained a lot of power, but it was still impossible for them to achieve perfection. Lu Yin discreetly glanced at a man in the crowd. It was the masked man. Chapter 1768. As Lu Yin scanned the area with his domain, he took note of the masked man's face, especially his hands. His fingernails were covered in black blood, making it difficult to mistake. The masked man watched for a while before leaving, as it was time to give up on the auction. Lu Yin did not follow the masked man stealthily. Instead, he used his domain to observe the masked man from afar. Finally, the sky darkened and the masked man entered a residence. Lu Yin slowly raised his head and saw that it was actually the Yuan residence. If he wasn't mistaken, this was Grand Preceptor Yuan's residence. Lu Yin did not alert anyone and returned to his residence. Xiao Huangqing had been watching Lu Yin the entire time, and he found it strange that Lu Yin had returned to his residence. If he continued walking forward, he would have reached Grand Preceptor Yuan's residence. He was not surprised that Lu Yin had gone to look for him, but why had he stopped? Your Majesty, I've investigated thoroughly. That place was the auction venue, Eunuch Yi reported. Xiao Huangqing's eyes flashed. Whose? Grand Preceptor Yuan, Eunuch Yi replied. Xiao Huangqing was not surprised, as it was normal for both Eunuch Yi and Grand Preceptor Yuan to have their own businesses. Did anything precious appear in the auction? Eunuch Yi had not received any requests from Lu Yin to pay, which meant that Lu Yin had not purchased anything, which was very strange. Eunuch Yi thought back to the Yi Pavilion's losses, and his entire body trembled with anger. I heard that there was a piece of information about something that the Neo-Human Alliance is searching for. Xiao Huangqing suddenly looked up with a sharp gaze. Something that happened in Cape Galaxy? Yes, but the information was leaked. Xiao Huangqing understood. It was obvious that Grand Preceptor Yuan had obtained the information and destroyed his own auction venue. However, he had not expected Lu Yin to find out that the Yuan family was behind it. After a moment of thought, Xiao Huangqing said, "Don't interfere in this matter and don't ask too much about that information." Then what about Grand Preceptor Yuan? He won't meddle in this matter. The Grand Tutor wants the Divine Gu dynasty to remain stable. If that information is leaked, it will bring a lot of trouble to the Divine Gu dynasty. He won't let Lu Yin know about it, so let's just pretend that nothing happened. Capture everyone who participated in this secret auction and seal their mouths. Yes, Your Majesty. Young Empress Qing had agreed to the Sword Sect's alliance to deal with Lu Yin because she was afraid that Lu Yin would attack the Gu Flow Zone. However, reality had proven that Lu Yin would definitely not let the Gu Flow Zone off the hook. She could see this clearly, and so could the Grand Tutor. However, the Grand Tutor did not believe that Lu Yin had the ability to invade the Gu Flow Zone, which was a difference of opinion between him and young Empress Qing. However, they did not wish for the Gu Flow Zone to be disturbed. Once that information was exposed, it would definitely throw the Divine Venomous dynasty into chaos. Once the Neo-Human Alliance got involved, it would no longer be up to young Empress Qing or Grand Tutor Yuan. Even Lu Yin wouldn't be able to handle it. Therefore, young Master Qing was certain that Grand Preceptor Yuan would destroy that piece of information. No one else was allowed to know, and he didn't want to know. It was impossible for Lu Yin to obtain any information from the Grand Tutor. Not long after Lu Yin returned to his palace, he received news that the Starsabil sect had disappeared. When he saw the news, he felt a chill run down his spine. The first thing he thought of was the Neo-Human Alliance. If that item was so important to the Neo-Human Alliance, then the only organization that could help them find it was the Starsabil sect. From the looks of it, that item was even more important than he had imagined. Originally, the information had been obtained by the Grand Tutor, so he had already given up on it. After all, he could no longer obtain it in secret, and it would implicate the Grand Tutor. Perhaps young Empress Qing might know about it as well, and if that were the case, then Lu Yin would be targeted by the Neo-Human Alliance. However, something had happened to the Starsabil sect, and the Neo-Human Alliance's attitude towards this matter was becoming more and more exaggerated. This made Lu Yin's heart beat faster. Suddenly he recalled Mu Shi's words, "Shua." It seemed that he couldn't stay out of this matter. He had to make a trip to the Grand Tutor family. Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring with a solemn expression. No matter what, that item could not be exposed. While Lu Yin was thinking about the destruction of the Starsabil sect, Eternal Kingdom was also thinking about him. The Autumn Frost family is in trouble. Lu Yin is also in the Outerverse, and he's not far from the Autumn Frost family's Cape Solar System. Are you saying that Lu Yin acted against the Autumn Frost family? It's not impossible. Lu Yin has the ability to do so. However, he has no motive. Even though he had some conflicts with the Autumn Frost family in the past, there's no need for him to make trouble for the Autumn Frost family at a critical time when the Great Eastern Alliance is about to be expelled from the Outerverse. Do you still remember Autumn Frost Qing's disappearance? The path that he took leads straight to Frostwave Weave. The Dark Tower fell silent. I'll investigate Autumn Frost Qing's motive for leaving the Autumn Frost family as soon as possible. No matter what, as long as there's even a sliver of a chance, we can't let it go. The same goes for Lu Yin. Lu Yin's existence is crucial to our grand plan. Don't act rashly before you're certain. Where's he now? Gu King's city of the Divine Gu dynasty. Then let that guy tell us. Lu Yin was notified that the banquet for Xiao Huangqing's breakthrough would be held in 3 days. Lu Yin had originally planned to visit Grand Tutor Yuan in 2 days, but it seemed that he would have to bring it forward. With Lu Yin's status, there was no need for him to visit anyone from the Divine Gu dynasty. Before the incident at the secret auction, he had never thought of visiting the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor was there for the benefit of the Divine Gu dynasty, and he wasn't leaning towards Lu Yin. Such a person would never join Lu Yin's side. Lu Yin arrived outside Grand Tutor Yuan's residence and he was quickly notified. The doors opened and the guards and attendants bowed respectfully. Grand Tutor Yuan personally went out to welcome Lu Yin, and he even brought along Yuan Miao Miao. Alliance Leader Lu, please forgive me for not being able to welcome you in time. Grand Tutor Yuan was a spirited old man, and his eyes seemed to have seen through the vicissitudes of life. Although his cultivation was not yet at the envoy level, he was still an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. He would be considered an expert in the Divine Gu dynasty. There were not many powerhouses in Grand Tutor Yuan's residence, and they could not compare to the auction venue. Lu Yin smiled. I've wanted to visit Grand Tutor for a long time, but I never had the time. Gu King City is flourishing and I don't have the time. Huh. Grand Tutor Yuan's eyes flashed. Junior. That was not the right way to address Lu Yin. If Lu Yin was just a junior, there would be no need for Grand Tutor Yuan to personally welcome him. Since Lu Yin was being so humble, Grand Tutor Yuan definitely had a request. This is my granddaughter Miao Miao. Miao Miao greets Alliance Leader Lu, Grand Tutor Yuan introduced. Miao Miao bowed. We meet again, Alliance Leader Lu. You've met before? Grand Tutor Yuan was astonished. Lu Yin smiled as this old man's acting was quite convincing. We've met once. Miss Miao Miao is devastatingly beautiful and you truly stunned this junior. Grand Tutor Yuan laughed. Alliance Leader Lu's will is not something that an ordinary person can compare to. Alliance Leader Lu, please come in. Please, Grand Tutor. The group quickly entered the Grand Tutor's residence. Miao Miao's parents, who were Grand Tutor Yuan's sons, did not live with them. Instead, they had brought their granddaughter with them. There were rumors that Grand Tutor Yuan's son had died long ago, but no one could prove it. The Grand Tutor's residence was very large and the group was not in a hurry. They walked slowly and chatted as they walked. Most of their topics were unimportant, and they did not mention the Great Eastern Alliance or the auction venue. It was only when the host and guests were seated that Lu Yin brought up the topic. 2 days ago, this junior accidentally came across a strange place and entered through a dark alley. There's a secret auction venue inside. Does Grand Tutor know anything about it? Grand Tutor Yuan's gaze turned cold and he had Miao Miao leave. He then looked at Lu Yin. What does Alliance Leader Lu want to know? Since Lu Yin had brought it up, it meant that he knew that the Yuan family was behind the auction venue, so there was no need to hide it. Lu Yin answered seriously. There was a piece of information that appeared at the auction venue, and it was related to the Cape Galaxy incident. This junior is very curious about this information. Grand Tutor Yuan remained calm as he took a sip of tea and remained silent. Lu Yin was not in a hurry and he simply waited patiently. Alliance Leader Lu, are you not afraid of drawing trouble to yourself? Lu Yin looked at him. Everyone at the auction venue knows about the information, but no one knows that it was obtained by Grand Tutor. At present, only Grand Tutor Yuan knows about it. I, and perhaps Her Majesty the Empress of Love, know about it as well. As long as the Divine Gu dynasty does not want to attract the attention of the Neo-Human Alliance, they will not announce it to the public. This junior is just curious and will not reveal it either. Grand Tutor Yuan put down his teacup and looked at Lu Yin. Alliance Leader Lu, I'm afraid that you will be disappointed. Oh. Lu Yin raised his brows. He had not wanted to be involved in the Cape Galaxy incident, but there was a possibility that it was related to Zhu's plan that Mu Shi had given him, so he could only follow the investigation. That information is fake, Grand Tutor Yuan said. Lu Yin laughed. Grand Tutor, your words are not very convincing. Grand Tutor Yuan sighed. I know that Alliance Leader Lu does not believe it, but a fake is a fake. That person is full of evil and he is being chased by his enemies. He knows that he will die, so he wants to counterattack and use fake information in exchange for benefits. He might even be able to escape death, and I have to say that this move is not bad. The outside world is abuzz about the Cape Galaxy incident, and no one wants to get involved. If not for the high price that he asked for, perhaps someone might have bought it. However, he is too black-hearted, and when I discovered that the information was fake, I silenced him. After all, regardless of whether the information is real or fake, once it gets out, it will be detrimental to the Divine Gu dynasty. Does Alliance leader Lu understand this? Gossip is a fearful thing, and my Divine Gu dynasty cannot withstand the Neo-Human Alliance's torment. Grand Tutor Yuan's words made sense, and Lu Yin had not believed that the Gu Flow Zone had any information regarding the Cape Galaxy incident. Then what did the information say? Can you tell me, Grand Tutor? Grand Tutor Yuan tapped his fingers on the table as he recalled Lu Yin's past. He knew that if he did not tell Lu Yin would not let him off so easily. Helpless, he said, the information said that the Love Empress of the Divine Gu dynasty obtained a symmetrical black crystal fragment, and it was the largest one. That was how she managed to break through. Lu Yin frowned. The symmetrical black crystal fragment was a lie that he had made up, and he naturally did not believe it. However, others did not know about it, and using this lie as information could indeed fool some people. For a moment he could not determine whether Grand Tutor Yuan was telling the truth or not. An hour later, Lu Yin decided to bid farewell. He could only choose to believe Grand Tutor Yuan, or else he would not be able to prove that this person was lying. Chapter 1769. He finally understood how others felt when he had lied, and it made them rather unhappy. Alliance Master Lu, what did Miao Miao say to you when you first met her? The Grand Tutor suddenly asked. Lu Yin recalled Miao Miao's beautiful face and the alluring passion flower, and his heart involuntarily swayed. The beauty beneath the flower was just too alluring. Nothing much. Why do you ask? The Grand Tutor replied bitterly. Ever since Miao Miao met Alliance Master Lu, she's changed completely. He's lost a lot. Alliance Master Lu, I have a request that I hope you can agree to. Please speak, Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor was placed in a difficult position, but he still gritted his teeth and said, please speak with Miao Miao and resolve the knot in her heart. I'll be eternally grateful. He then bowed to Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly helped him up. You're being too serious. If Miss Miao Miao needs any help, I'll do my best to help. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. Someone bring Alliance Master Lu to Miao Miao, the Grand Tutor ordered. Lu Yin bid farewell to the Grand Tutor and followed a maid to where Miao Miao was. He had to admit that he was looking forward to meeting her. That woman's charm was too irresistible, but he didn't like her either. Everyone loved beauty. There was a puddle of spring water with white mist rising from it. When Lu Yin arrived, he was greeted by the sight of snow-white feet rising from the spring water and then lowering back down. She had the playfulness of a young girl as she occasionally splashed water onto the lotus blooming in the spring water. It was a beautiful scene, especially when Miao Miao looked at him from the side. Under the alluring passion flower, her beauty stunned even Lu Yin for a moment. It felt like the first time he had met Madame Naylan or the first time he had seen Ming Yan in the wooden tub. It was enough to make him lose himself. When she saw Lu Yin arrive, Miao Miao blushed and hurriedly stood up. Her white dress covered her feet as she stood with her back to Lu Yin, looking embarrassed. Lu Yin coughed and awkwardly stepped forward. Sorry to disturb you. Miao Miao softly acknowledged and put on her shoes. She took a few deep breaths before turning to Lu Yin and bowing. Alliance Master Lu. We're about the same age. Just call me Brother Lu Yin. Miao Miao's face was still flushed, but it wasn't obvious because of the veil covered her face. However, her eyes were mesmerizing and as beautiful as the stars. When she looked at Lu Yin, saw her shyness. Brother Lu Yin, why are you here? The Grand Tutor asked me to come. He said that Miss Miao Miao wasn't in a good mood and wanted me to chat with you. Lu Yin suddenly thought of this phrase and he hurriedly corrected himself. I meant to ease the tension. Explain what? Yuan Miao Miao blinked her eyes in confusion. Lu Yin didn't know what to say. It didn't matter how high his cultivation was in front of a girl like her. Miss Miao Miao seems to be in a good mood. Meow. I see. Then I'll take my leave, Lu Yin said. Brother Lu. Yuan Miao Miao called out. She pursed her lips and fell silent for a moment before saying softly, drink with me. I actually like drinking, but Grandpa won't let me. Lu Yin thought about it and then nodded with a smile. All right. Sake and side dishes were served on both sides of the stone table, and the surroundings were filled with white mist. It was very relaxing to chat with Miao Miao. She no longer brought up the Great Eastern Alliance or the Divine Gu dynasty. She only talked about trivial matters and interesting things that had happened in Gu King City, which gave Lu Yin a rare moment of relaxation. When the sky darkened, Lu Yin left Yuan Mansion. The day passed quickly, and that night, Lu Yin contacted Qing Longlong and asked her to meet with Miao Miao. Qing Longlong immediately found Yuan Mansion and stared at her. You met with Lu Yin again? Or was it about that matter? Miao Miao shook her head, somewhat absent-minded but also somewhat happy. No. No? Then why did Lu Yin ask me to meet you? It was that restaurant from last time. He's interested in you. Miao Miao looked at Qing Longlong and blinked. You don't agree? Qing Longlong sighed. What right do I have to disagree? But Lu Yin is too difficult to grasp. Do you know how much he did to unify the outerverse? Now the entire innerverse is his enemy. Miao Miao rolled her eyes. We've only met twice. What are you thinking? Qing Longlong poked Miao Miao's forehead. You've only met twice and you're already like this. What will happen if we meet again? Then why did you ask me out for him? Miao Miao giggled. Qing Longlong was helpless. I didn't want to, but... Her tone turned bitter. You haven't been this happy in a long time. Miao Miao paused and looked at Qing Longlong sincerely. Thank you, Longlong. Qing Longlong smiled wryly. I'm your older sister. Right, I haven't asked the Grand Tutor yet. Will he agree? Miao Miao's smile disappeared. He can't wait to send me to Lu Yin's bed right now so that he can withdraw from Gu Flow Zone. Qing Longlong opened her mouth to say something but no words came out. What could she say? Everything the Grand Tutor had done was for the Divine Gu dynasty. He had sacrificed Miao Miao and the Miao Miao family, but the entire Divine Gu dynasty had benefited. Miao Miao, I can't help you. I'm sorry, Qing Longlong apologized. Miao Miao smiled. What are you apologizing for? I don't dislike it. It's better than marrying me off to some old man. Qing Longlong felt much better after hearing this. I'll come pick you up tomorrow. No need, I'll go myself. What? You don't need me anymore? Why are you so impatient? Miao Miao, you have to stick to your bottom line. Some things can only be done after marriage. What nonsense are you spouting, brat? There were still 2 days until young Emperor Qing's banquet. Lu Yin sat in a restaurant where he had met Miao Miao for the first time. Not long after, he smelled a familiar fragrance that reminded him of the beautiful figure in the misty spring. Brother Lu, sorry to keep you waiting, Miao Miao said gently. Lu Yin was confused. Where's Qing Longlong? She didn't come, Miao Miao replied. All right, Lu Yin said and closed the door, staring at Miao Miao. He then looked at the table and saw 2 words written on it, Save me, written with wine. These 2 words weren't originally there, but Lu Yin had just written them. Miao Miao had also written them in the pavilion yesterday. It was because of these 2 words that they had agreed to meet today. What do you mean? Lu Yin asked. Miao Miao suddenly knelt down on one knee and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was surprised and didn't move. Alliance Master Lu, please save me. Save me from the Grand Tutor's residence, Miao Miao pleaded, her eyes red and tears dripping down. Lu Yin was confused. Grand Tutor is your grandfather, he's not my grandfather. Miao Miao looked up, her eyes filled with hatred and sorrow. He killed my parents. He's not my grandfather. Lu Yin frowned. What do you mean? For some reason he thought of Patriarch Autumn Frost. Could it be such a coincidence that such a thing had happened here? Miao Miao continued. My parents were adopted by Grand Tutor. After I was born he poisoned me with the passion flower poison. She then tore off her veil so that Lu Yin could see the passion flower Gu clearly once more. She continued, he killed my parents because they discovered his huge secret. He's working with the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's expression changed. What did you say? Miao Miao looked up at Lu Yin. Grand Tutor worked with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop a poison within the Empire. My parents were killed because they discovered this secret. He thought that I didn't know about it, but I actually heard my parents mention it when I was very young and I still remember it. After so many years he appeared to be my grandfather on the surface, but in reality he used the passion flower poison to control me. He was the one who arranged for my first meeting with Alliance Master Lu. He wanted to use me in exchange for your departure from Gu Flow Zone because he was afraid that you would discover that he was working with the Neo-Human Alliance to develop a poison. It wasn't for the sake of the Divine Gu dynasty. Those were all excuses. What poison? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Miao Miao thought about it. I think it's called Shang. Vitality poison. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Vitality poison started with Shang and had a serial number. Those who had not come into contact with the vitality poison would not know its name. Even within the Neo-Human Alliance, there were not many corpse kings who were qualified to possess it. Lu Yin could not doubt Miao Miao's words. Otherwise, with her abilities, she would not have been able to come into contact with the vitality poison. If what Miao Miao had said was true, then Grand Tutor Yuan might have prevented the Divine Gu dynasty from interfering in the war between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Innerverse because he was afraid that Lu Yin would be disturbed while he was developing a poison for the Neo-Human Alliance. That information about the Cape Star system might not have been false, and Lu Yin could not have told others the truth. Lu Yin had Miao Miao stand up and fall into deep thought. Miao Miao did not disturb Lu Yin. She stood to the side and occasionally looked at him hopefully. Your parents only said that Grand Tutor Yuan was working with the Neo-Human Alliance? They didn't mention anyone else? Lu Yin asked. Miao Miao shook her head. Lu Yin relaxed. He had been most worried that the young emperor was also working with the Neo-Human Alliance, which meant that the Gu Flow Zone would become the Neo-Human Alliance's base. It would not be easy for Lu Yin to leave safely. It was reasonable to develop a vitality poison in the Gu Flow Zone. This place was filled with all sorts of deadly poisons, and there was nothing to attract attention when researching poisons. More importantly, the Gu Flow Zone was isolated from the outside world, and the Neo-Human Alliance had found a good location. Why did he run into the Neo-Human Alliance everywhere he went? The Eternals were truly everywhere. Lu Yin looked at Yuan Miao Miao and was about to say something when his pupils suddenly shrank. Yuan Miao Miao had removed her veil while they were talking, and he could see the passion flower Gu clearly. Now that the two of them were so close to each other, not only could he see the passion flower, but he could also see every stroke and every detail. Through the passion flower he could see another flower that was hidden beneath it. It was a very ordinary flower that was not as enchanting and eye-catching as the passion flower. There were 9 points around the flower, and although it looked ordinary, Lu Yin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He recognized that flower. It was Progenitor Chen's symbol. Chapter 1770. Back in Progenitor Chen's tomb, Lu Yin had seen Progenitor Chen's past deeds in his memory bubble. Most of them were battles, but there were also moments of rest where Progenitor Chen was drunk in a sea of flowers. 9 stars surrounded a small white flower that represented Progenitor Chen. Lu Yin stared blankly at Yuan Miao Miao. Why did she have Progenitor Chen's symbol on her face? It was hidden beneath the passion flower. Yuan Miao Miao thought that Lu Yin was infatuated with her face, so she lowered her head and her neck turned red. Alliance Master Lu. Lu Yin was startled awake and stared deeply at her. The moment she looked up, he turned his head away, not wanting her to see his expression. Alliance Master Lu? Yuan Miao Miao looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin's expression returned to normal, and he turned to look at her with some embarrassment. My apologies, I was a little absent-minded and embarrassed myself in front of you. Yuan Miao Miao lowered her head again, not knowing how to answer. Right, Miss Miao Miao, is that the passion flower poison on your face? Yuan Miao Miao nodded. The passion flower poison is also in passion flower Gu, and it's very famous in the Divine Gu dynasty. However, this passion flower Gu has been modified by the Grand Tutor, and it's completely different from the original passion flower poison. He can control my life and death. Alliance Master Lu, please save me. I don't want to live under that person's nose and live in fear. Lu Yin hurriedly supported her and held her wrist. It was smooth and comfortable, but her cultivation was very low. Why would someone like her have Progenitor Chen's symbol? It was definitely not a coincidence, and Lu Yin was absolutely certain that it was Progenitor Chen's symbol that had been hidden beneath the passion flower. The passion flower could control her life and death, but it could also be used to hide Progenitor Chen's flower. Lu Yin looked deeply at Yuan Miao Miao again and helped her up. Don't worry, I'll definitely think of a way to save you. Yuan Miao Miao was grateful. Thank you, Alliance Master Lu. There's still time. Let's sit down and chat, Lu Yin said, looking at her with a slightly infatuated gaze. He didn't want to be separated from her. Yuan Miao Miao was embarrassed by Lu Yin's stare. The two stayed in the restaurant for half a day until a man who was infatuated with Yuan Miao Miao disturbed them. Lu Yin then tossed him out, ending the meeting. Lu Yin did not send Miao Miao back as she did not want to be the subject of gossip. Looking at Yuan Miao Miao's departing figure, Lu Yin's eyes were filled with unprecedented questions. What was the relationship between this woman and Progenitor Chen? He shouldn't be related to Progenitor Chen, but he had Progenitor Chen's emblem on his face. No matter how he thought about it, he was definitely not ordinary. There was also the fact that the Grand Preceptor had colluded with the Neo-Human Alliance and that young Empress Qin was planning to deal with him. The Divine Gu dynasty was truly bustling with activity. When he returned to the palace, he was informed that there was a guest waiting for him. He went to the guest hall and was surprised to find that it was Yuehua Mavis. The two could be considered old acquaintances. Moonlight Mavis was one of the top experts that the Mavis family had sent to the Outerverse. Once she displayed the Mavis family's techniques, she would be able to contend against an envoy for a short period of time. It should be known that Moonlight Mavis' power level had not even reached 300,000 back then. That incident had left a deep impression on him. The Mavis family possessed an extraordinary item. Now that Yuehua Mavis' strength had increased again, her temperament was completely different. Alliance leader Lu, long time no see, Yuehua Mavis greeted him politely. Lu Yin smiled. It's been a while, senior. Yuehua Mavis replied, aside from being a little older, I don't have the qualifications to be called a senior. With Alliance leader Lu's strength, a single palm strike should be enough to deal with me. Even without a single palm strike, his spiritual force or domain would be enough to sweep through her, Lu Yin thought to himself, but he could not say it out loud. Senior is too humble. Please have a seat. Yuehua nodded and did not stand on ceremony. She sat down. Lu Yin looked at her. Senior, are you in some sort of trouble? He looked at Moonlight Mavis with a worried expression and asked. Yuehua Mavis's gaze turned serious. I'm here to formally invite Alliance leader Lu to be our guest. Lu Yin was surprised. Why are you suddenly inviting me? Yuehua Mavis solemnly replied. The Mavis family has invited Alliance leader Lu several times, but you have never visited us. This time we're inviting you with great sincerity, and we hope that Alliance leader Lu will accept our invitation. She then handed him an invitation. This was a very serious invitation, and if he did not accept, it would be disrespectful to the Mavis family. Lu Yin solemnly accepted the invitation. Alright, I'll definitely pay you a visit once this trip to the Gu Flow Zone is over. Then the Mavis family respectfully awaits Alliance leader Lu's arrival. Yuehua Mavis then took her leave. Lu Yin looked at the invitation. He had not expected the Mavis family to be so serious. He had long since wanted to visit the Mavis family, but he had never put it on the agenda. He was far more interested in the Mavis family than any other organization, not for any other reason but for money. They were the wealthiest of all. However, why had the Mavis family invited him so solemnly? Could it be? Lu Yin had a guess. That night, the second Night King arrived at Lu Yin's palace. Lu Yin showed him an image. Investigate all traces of this person in the Divine Gu dynasty. The second Night King looked at the ordinary-looking old man on the screen. Just for this? He's already dead. I need you to investigate in secret. Don't tell anyone and use the Divine Gu dynasty's power, Lu Yin said solemnly. The second Night King left. With his strength, no matter how strange the Divine Gu continent was, it would be impossible to detect his presence. Lu Yin wanted to use the second Night King's spiritual force control to find traces of the person who had sold the information and try his best to find clues related to the information. Now that he knew that Grand Tutor Yuan might be working with the Neo-Human Alliance, the authenticity of the information was intriguing. Could be fake, but it could also be true that Grand Tutor Yuan had purposely destroyed the information. The second Night King was very capable, and he did not dare to be careless when it came to Lu Yin's matters. It only took a day for him to investigate the person's whereabouts, and he handed the information to Lu Yin the next afternoon. Lu Yin was surprised as it should not have been possible to investigate someone so quickly, not even an ordinary person. This person's whereabouts have already been investigated by the Divine Gu dynasty. He's a famous person, the second Night King said as he handed the information to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the old man's introduction. The old man's name was Shui Pai and he was a hunter. However, the Gu he cultivated had reached the Enlighter realm. In the Divine Gu dynasty, all Enlighters had to be recorded, and Shui Ping had become famous because he had slaughtered several families to avenge himself. However, he was now being hunted down, which had caused quite a stir in the Divine Gu dynasty. He had even attracted the attention of young Emperor Qing. This person's whereabouts had always been monitored, and almost half of the Divine Gu dynasty was looking for him. He had offended too many people because of his vengeance. Lu Yin looked at Shui Pai's deeds and felt a sense of admiration. This person was a perfect example of someone who had carried a blood feud and succeeded in his vengeance. Unfortunately, this was the Gu flow zone, and even though he had succeeded in his vengeance, he could not leave. Although the Gu flow zone was huge, there was no place for him to stay. Many of Shui Pai's whereabouts could not be tracked down. In order to avoid his enemies, he was very good at concealing his whereabouts. Everything that could be found had been recorded, and Lu Yin looked through the information, but there was nothing special about it. From the time that this person had become famous to the time that he had succeeded in his vengeance, his whereabouts were either unknown, or there was nothing special about him. The only exception was that he had survived the Gu flow zone's forbidden area when he was young. He had concealed his identity for several decades before becoming a cruiser and becoming famous in one fell swoop. After that, he had wiped out an entire family and embarked on the path of vengeance. His starting point had been that forbidden area. The Gu flow zone's forbidden area, the deep red hell, was a place of death filled with a deep red fog. Anyone who entered would have to rely on luck to survive. 2 of the Divine Gu dynasty's emperors had died in the deep red hell, and young Emperor Qing had not dared to enter. He had only staked everything on the verge of death in an attempt to obtain a chance of survival from the deep red hell. Shui Pai's family had been wiped out and he had hidden in the deep red hell. Everyone had thought that he would definitely die, but who would have thought that after several decades he would succeed in his vengeance and wipe out all of his enemies? Because of his deeds, the deep red hell had attracted many people to their deaths. Lu Yin looked away. The deep red hell? On this day, the 5 gates of King Gu City's imperial palace opened, and a mighty bell rang out, shaking the entire city. In the history of the Divine Gu dynasty, it was rare for outsiders to be invited in. This time, young Emperor Qing had invited all of the 5th mainland's cultivators to King Gu City as guests, which was enough to go down in history. The Jackal Prince personally came to Lu Yin's palace to escort him to the imperial palace. The upper echelons of the Divine Gu dynasty welcomed the representatives from the various powers of the 5th mainland. Outside King Gu City's imperial palace, countless people from the Divine Gu dynasty gathered to watch the show. Xianxia, Wen Yao, Wen Sansi, Yuehua Mavis, and the others were all escorted into the palace through the 5 gates. The palace's central plaza was surrounded by clear water, and the Jackal Prince gestured for Lu Yin to enter. Alliance leader Lu, please take a seat. Lu Yin's seat was almost at the same level as young Emperor Qing's. Among the Innerverse 8 great flow zones, young Emperor Qing was only the master of the Gu flow zone, which was the same status as Lu Qinjue and the others. Lu Yin was also the master of the Blazing Mist flow zone, and he was the only master of one of the 8 flow zones present at young Emperor Qing's banquet. On the other side, there was another seat at the same level as Lu Yin's, Mr. Right. Mr. Wright represented the Hall of Honor's board of directors, and he was also a director himself. His status was extremely high, and if not for young Emperor Qing's home court, his position might have even been higher than hers. Mr. Wright sat down and his cold gaze swept across the room. He glanced at Lu Yin for a moment before looking away. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he did not care about this person at all. After all, this person was just someone who was about to be crippled. He looked at the official behind Mr. Wright who noticed Lu Yin's gaze. The official's heart sank and his face paled. Lu Yin sat next to the Jackal Prince. Every guest was accompanied by someone from the Divine Gu dynasty. The one next to Lu Yin was the Jackal Prince, while the one next to Mr. Wright was Tutor Yuan. Tutor Yuan had arrived and Lu Yin subconsciously looked for Yuan Miao Miao. He discovered that she was seated below and she was also looking at him. When she saw Lu Yin's gaze, she hurriedly lowered her head. Lu Yin's next guest was Yuehua Mavis. Logically speaking, someone from the Mavis family should be ranked higher than Lu Yin's, but Lu Yin was a little special, and the person next to Yuehua Mavis was Qing Long Long. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Chapter 1771. Below Moonlight Mavis were the people from the Wen family, led by Wen Yao, Wen Sansi and Wen Qianer. Below them were Balsam and Yen, and below Mr. Right was the sword sex Li Zimo. Elder Lien Exen was still unconscious due to being poisoned, so Li Zimo could only take her place. Below the sword sect were Ling Gong Ling K Little Mountain God and the others. Although they were from the 8 great flow zones, they were still juniors. Below them was Lyman Phoenix, a member of the Day-Night Flow Zone's Phoenix family, and Salati Phoenix had also come. She had once been one of the 10 arbiters and Lu Yin had looked up to her, but now she was nothing in Lu Yin's eyes. Aside from these people, there were even more cultivators from the Innerverse and Cosmic Sea. Not many people from the Neoverse had come, and the Aurora Corporation had originally sent someone, but they had not appeared. Not long after Lu Yin sat down, Qing Shaohuang arrived, and with his arrival the banquet officially began. Gu King City's banquet only had one purpose: a competition of Gu. Strictly speaking, it could not be considered a banquet. It was more like a competition. Strange Gu from all over the Divine Gu dynasty were displayed one by one at this banquet. As guests, Lu Yin and the others could choose any Gu to take away. Below the stage, a young man walked out with an arrogant expression. He took off his shirt, revealing a strange 3-clawed insect branded on his back. This is a Gu that Lu City spent 130 years cultivating. It's called Ku and its internal structure is unique. Can contain attacks that are several times stronger than its own. Simply put, as long as a Lemiter has this Gu, they can easily escape from an explorer without being injured. Many people around him gasped in surprise and even Lu Yin was surprised. When he had been a Lemiter, he had been able to resist an explorer at the border of the erudite flow zone. It was precisely because he had been able to do so that he knew how ridiculous this realm was. Ku, how long does it take to cultivate it? Someone suddenly asked from below the banquet table. This was a custom for Gu competitions, and some of the more prestigious people in the dynasty would ask questions to determine the strengths and weaknesses of the Gu. The young man replied, "It can be cultivated in 26 years. 26 years? What kind of powerhouse's attacks can it contain?" The young man did not hesitate. Lemiter. If you were given 26 years, would you be able to reach the Lemiter realm? Of course. The young man was proud. He was a genius of Lu City, so why would he need 26 years? If that's the case, is there still a need to nurture this Gu? The youth's expression turned ugly. But if you nurture it for another 30 years, it will be able to withstand an explorer's attack. If I give you 56 years, will you be able to become an explorer? This time the youth hesitated. Becoming an explorer was a huge hurdle, and even though he considered himself to be a genius, he was not completely confident that he could break through. However, in front of so many people, he could only reply, "Of course." In that case, is there still a need to nurture this Gu? The corner of the young man's mouth twitched and he left the stage dejectedly. Lu Yin smiled. This Gu was not bad, but it required time to cultivate, so there was no point in it. Those who could afford such a Gu were not ordinary people. Those people had the resources and talent, so it would be more suitable to find another Gu. This Gu was a little useless. The next one to appear was a woman. She introduced a type of Gu that could produce 100 flowers, but it had no practical meaning. Following this, strange Gu continued to appear. There were hundreds of cities in Divine Gu continent, and each city was researching Gu. There were too many strange Gu, and even though some did not seem to have much use, it depended on where they were used. For example, that Gu that can bloom hundreds of flowers, give me some. People who studied poison were useful. Some poisonous flowers took too much time to bloom. In short, the Divine Gu dynasty's Gu were like innate gifts. There were no Gu that was absolutely useless, only people that were absolutely useless. Half a day's time broadened Lu Yin's horizons. The Divine Gu dynasty's civilization truly had its own unique aspects. Gu seemed similar to the Beast Tamer's flow zone's tamed beasts, but in reality one was used for research while the other was used for control. The Beast Tamer's flow zone would never be able to research why an astral beast could unleash such an attack or how it could unleash a different type of attack. They were only there to control the astral beast and help it grow. However, Gu were different. They needed to be researched and there were countless ways to use them. A youth stepped onto the stage. He was a little timid and his clothes were very dirty. There was a large Shao character embroidered on his chest. When she saw this youth step onto the stage, Qing Shaohuang frowned. Many people from the Divine Gu dynasty frowned as well. The youth grew even more nervous. "I'm from a small city. My name is Little Fa. Show your goo, a stern voice shouted, startling Little Fa. He subconsciously raised his hand, but everyone stared at his arm and did not move. Everyone was confused. Where was the goo? Little Fa looked at his arm and blinked. Where was the goo? At that moment someone whispered, "Under your feet. Under your feet." Little Fa turned around. What? He moved a little, but his right foot stepped on something soft. He jumped in fright and ran a few meters away. Everyone was speechless. Was this some sort of performance? Qing Xiaohuang's frown deepened. Little Fa hurriedly ran back and looked at the soft object that he had stepped on. He carefully picked it up and sighed in relief. Thank goodness I didn't die. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. As he spoke, he seemed to sense that everyone was still staring at him. He gulped and his face flushed red. He raised his hand. The goo is here. It's a goo that our small city spent a long time developing. It's called the wireless goo. Everyone looked at the object in Little Fa's hand. Wasn't that a tadpole? Furthermore, it was a tadpole that had been stepped on and had almost died. The atmosphere fell silent. Introduce it, someone in the audience shouted. Little Fa coughed again. The wireless goo's use is to ignore distance and allow instant communication. No matter where you are, even in the astral wilderness, you can instantly communicate without any hindrance. It's much better than a gadget. Little Fa then fell silent and looked expectantly at Qing Xiaohuang as if waiting for praise. Someone in the audience facepalmed, looking helpless. It's just communication? Someone asked. Little Fa answered, ignore distance, instant communication. Can we see a video? I haven't studied it yet. Can we talk? Little Fa pursed his lips. It's not good to talk directly, but we can use the wireless goo's frequency to know what the other party is thinking. Since you have a gadget, why do you need the wireless goo? Little Fa was anxious. Ignore distance, ignore distance. You were born in the goo flow zone and you haven't even reached the Limiter realm. How can you be so sure that you can ignore distance? Do you know what the concept of distance is in the universe? Do you know about the astral source universe? Do you know that there's a sixth mainland in the distant astral wilderness? I know, but I can ignore distance. Little Fa stubbornly retorted. Back down. Little Fa wanted to say something, but the voice shouted again, back down. This time Little Fa was almost sent flying. The people from the Divine Gu dynasty were either mocking or looking down on Little Fa and the city's Gu. Luyin was curious. Is this city very special? The Jackal Prince explained, it's the smallest city on the Divine Gu continent, but it can't really be considered a city. It was originally a place where a few extreme cultivators stayed to research Gu that would benefit ordinary people. Gradually, more and more people gathered, especially ordinary people and merchants, and it eventually became a small city. The Gu developed in this city is useless in battle, but it's very useful in the hands of ordinary people. Ordinary people can't buy a gadget, but they can buy wireless Gu. Can it really ignore distance? Luyin asked. The Jackal Prince shook his head and laughed. That's what they said. How can it ignore distance? These people aren't even explorers, so they don't understand distance at all. They can't even cross through the void. That wireless Gu has already been reported, so it'll take time to learn how to read its frequency. It's far inferior to a gadget, so it's not very useful. Luyin looked at the flustered Little Fa below the stage and his eyes flickered. Ignore distance? If that was true, then it would be very useful. Gadgets were connected through signals, and if a huge battle broke out, especially with the Eternals' understanding of humans meant that there was no such thing as a signal, and it would definitely be destroyed. As for the Cosmic Tree's Cloud Pass stone, there must be a way to destroy it as well. Whether it was against the Eternals or the Cosmic Tree, Luyin had to hold back. Instant communication was necessary as it would have a huge impact on the battle. He had ordered Banjio to research it a long time ago, but there had been no results. As he thought about it, Luyin looked at Little Fa with shining eyes. The competition lasted for 2 full days, during which a few powerful Gu were revealed. Even Luyin was interested in them, but he didn't care too much about them. Even if there were Gu like the life-extending butterfly, the Divine Gu dynasty wouldn't take it out. The ones that appeared were not the most precious, especially in front of outsiders. The competition ended with Gu King City's victory. This was expected as they had always been victorious for many years. The Gu King city's Gu was called the evasive bead, and it looked like a small bead that could be fused into the user's body. Once used, it would increase the user's speed by several times, and it was very effective in both battle and escape. Most importantly, it could be upgraded, and once it reached the peak, the user's speed would be even more exaggerated and far surpass their peers. The downside was that the production rate was too low, and it took too much time to cultivate. It was not suitable for mass production. The victorious evasive bead delighted young Empress Qing. My divine Gu dynasty produces dozens of types of Gu every year, but only one that can be used is produced every few decades. Most of them are useless, but this evasive bead is a rare all-around Gu. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Grand Tutor Yuan was the first to speak, and everyone from the divine Gu dynasty bowed. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Young Empress Qing laughed. Mr. Yu spoke up and smiled. The divine Gu dynasty's unique cultivation environment is truly eye-opening. If Your Majesty is willing, I would like to request an evasive bead and bring it back to the Hall of Honor for everyone to see. Little Mountain God smiled as well. If Your Majesty has an extra one, this junior would like to request one as well. When Qianer hurriedly raised her hand. This junior would like to request one as well. Ling Ke raised his hand. You want that as well? Chapter 1772. Young King Qing laughed heartily. Since you all want them, it's an honor for my divine Gu dynasty. Since that's the case, everyone will have one. He then instructed Director Yi, who left with a smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. Right, Your Majesty, can you give me one of those flowers? When Qianer asked expectantly. Young King Qing smiled. Of course. If you're interested in them, feel free to bring them up. Thank you, Your Majesty. When Qianer was very happy. Young King Qing looked at Lu Yin. Is there anyone you're interested in? Feel free to tell us. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled. Cultivation is too complicated and the path of Gu is too profound. It's not suitable for me. Mr. Yu spoke up. What? Alliance leader Lu doesn't like any of them. Lu Yin looked at him expressionlessly. One more word and I'll slap your mouth until it's broken. Mr. Yu slammed the table and stood up angrily, but the official behind him held him back. Director, please calm down. Young King Qing frowned and looked at Mr. Yu. An invisible force was suppressing him, preventing him from speaking or moving. Mr. Yu couldn't sense where this force was coming from, and he thought that Lu Yin had attacked him. Young King Qing wasn't helping Lu Yin, but he didn't want any problems to arise at this time. He knew Lu Yin's personality well, and he was someone who would do what he said. Mr. Yu sullenly was suppressed by young King Qing. The official didn't even dare to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin sneered and looked at young King Qing. Since Mr. Yu said that not taking it would seem like he's looking down on the divine Gu dynasty, then I'll take the wireless Gu. Young King Qing smiled. Alliance leader Lu, everyone's cultivation path is different. Gu is just for fun, so there's no need to take it seriously. Lu Yin smiled. Other Gu are inconvenient to carry around, so I'll take the wireless Gu. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Since Alliance leader Lu has decided, then there's no problem. By the way, Your Majesty, have that youth teach me how to use the wireless Gu, Lu Yin said. Young King Qing was puzzled as Lu Yin was really interested in the wireless Gu. Opposite him, Imperial Tutor Yuan smiled. Since Alliance leader Lu is interested in wireless Gu, why don't you make a trip to the small city? Miao Miao is also going to the small city soon. She can lead the way for Alliance leader Lu. Qing Shaohuang glanced at Imperial Tutor Yuan. This old fox was trying his best to sell his granddaughter. Hearing Grand Tutor Yuan's words, Yuan Miao Miao blushed. Qing Long Long stared at Lu Yin. He had gotten off lightly. Lu Yin was delighted. If that's the case, then that's great. After the banquet, I'll head to the small city with Miss Miao Miao. Many thanks, Tutor Yuan. Of course, of course. Imperial Tutor Yuan was very happy. Prince Ruan had been watching from the sidelines since the beginning, and no one understood the situation in the divine Gu dynasty better than he did. Young Empress Qing was wary of Lu Yin and wanted to help the sword sect and other powers deal with him. Grand Tutor Yuan, on the other hand, was doing everything he could to rope in Lu Yin for the sake of the divine Gu dynasty. Then he banished Lu Yin so that he would never be able to enter the divine Gu dynasty again. The most painful ones were the outstanding youths of Gu King City, who were all staring at Yuan Miao Miao. Every year, people would line up outside the city to propose marriage, but not a single one had ever succeeded. And now Yuan Miaomiao was going to belong to an outsider. Yuan Miaomiao was the #1 beauty of the divine Gu dynasty, but she had no choice but to marry an outsider. This made the youths grit their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Not long after, a bead appeared. An evasive bead was placed on Lu Yin's desk, and as he looked at it, Lu Yin glanced at the wolfish prince. The wolfish prince's expression was slightly unnatural. Lu Yin thought of Anika. Perhaps this bead had been poisoned with Anika, and this bead was young Empress Qing's method of dealing with him. Anika's poison was colorless and odorless, and it did not even have rune lines. This was the safest method to deal with him. Young Empress Qing had been staring at Lu Yin the entire time, and when she saw him put away the bead, she smiled in satisfaction. Come everyone. Welcome to the divine Gu dynasty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. The wireless Gu was also brought to Lu Yin along with the youth called Little Fa. The youth was terrified and he did not dare to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin had only casually said a few words before sending him away. He didn't pay too much attention to him, and it was more like he was just brushing him off. Next up was the gift-giving segment, and each of the representatives of their respective families presented their gifts. Lu Yin gave a bottle of pills that didn't improve his strength, but it was still better than the slap that Xiao Huang had given Yi Zhongguan. Yi Guan's eyes flashed with a cold light when he saw Lu Yin's gift. That slap was something that would never be forgotten. Soon it was Balsam's turn, and she gestured for Yen to present the gift. Your Majesty, Shamrock Enterprises' gift is also a pill, but it's not something that can be consumed. It's similar to an escape bead and can help you avoid certain dangers, Balsam explained with a smile. Young Empress Qing was curious. Avoid certain dangers? Balsam took out a pill from her cosmic ring and tossed it out. The void tore apart, revealing another part of space. This was the astral source universe. Prince Ruan and Grand Tutor Yuan were shocked, and they blurted out, "The astral source universe?" Young Empress Qing was shocked. A pill could actually break through the astral source universe? It was inconceivable, as that was something that could only be achieved by someone whose power level exceeded 500,000. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Shamrock Enterprises was no longer hiding the astral source pills, so what were their plans? Everyone was shocked by the pill's effects, and young Empress Qing was no exception. Even though she had a power level of over 800,000 and was one of the top powerhouses of the Innerverse, she was still shocked by the pills. Everyone had always known that Shamrock Enterprises was a colossus, and even the isolated Gu Flow Zone knew this. That was why they had invited Shamrock Enterprises, but no one had expected them to develop such a pill. Grand Tutor Yuan immediately asked, "How's the production of these pills?" Balsam smiled politely. They can be mass-produced and the technology is being simplified. I believe that in the near future the astral source universe will no longer be a legend. Grand Tutor Yuan's expression changed. What's the current production? Balsam smiled politely. It's a trade secret. Can anyone use them? The astral source universe isn't something that ordinary people can come into contact with. Balsam replied, currently only a hunter can use them, as only a hunter's physical body can barely work with the astral source pill to travel through the astral source universe. However, we're already in the process of developing even more effective astral source pills, and we're confident that even explorers can use them. Everyone was shocked. If this was true, then the future of battle would change drastically. The escape bead only increased one's speed, but the astral source pill could allow one to instantly enter the heavens. Even a hunter would find it difficult to kill an explorer. Mr. Yu leaned forward with a cold expression. Why didn't we know about this astral source pill? Balsam looked at Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu was referring to the Hall of Honor and the Board of Governors. Once a peerless item like the astral source pill was successfully developed, it was reasonable to inform the Hall of Honor first. It's probably because the news spread slowly. We've already submitted the information about our successful research in advance, Balsam replied. Mr. Yu's eyes narrowed. This woman's answer was obviously perfunctory. Shamrock Enterprises? Fine, he would remember that. Young Empress Qing looked at Balsam solemnly. Many thanks to Shamrock Enterprises for thinking so highly of my divine Gu dynasty. I'll accept your gift. Balsam bowed slowly. I wish Your Majesty Empress Qing the best of luck in breaking through to a power level of 1,000,000 and standing at the peak of the universe. Young Empress Qing smiled. I'll be counting on your auspicious words. Miss Balsam, do you have any extra astral source pills that you can sell to my Wen family? Wen Yao asked as he looked at Balsam with a burning gaze. In the spirit palace, the little mountain god and the rest were all staring at her. Balsam smiled. The astral source pills will become the star product of Shamrock Enterprises, and a batch will be sent to each family before the official sale. They should be on their way to each family now, including. She then looked at Lu Yin. The Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin's expression changed. Shamrock Enterprises had sent astral source pills to the Great Eastern Alliance? He had a bad premonition. Balsam had tried to probe his usage of the astral source pills several times, and she had suspected that something had happened to the pills in his hands. However, she had been unable to find any clues. Lu Yin had directly handed the matter of contacting Shamrock Enterprises to Xianxia, but he had not been able to tell her the real reason. If Shamrock Enterprises directly sent a batch of astral source pills to the Ross Empire's stronghold, what would the consequences be? Would the sapling be discovered? Lu Yin did not know what Balsam was thinking. He was certain that this was Shamrock Enterprises probing, and they had grasped the perfect opportunity to do so. Balsam stared at Lu Yin, and when she saw that his expression had changed, she moved her fingers. There was indeed a problem. The astral source pills that had gone out of control were related to Lu Yin. Lu Yin and Balsam exchanged glances, and both of them seemed to be able to read each other's intentions. No one was truly stupid, and Lu Yin had never believed that others were stupider than him. He had merely relied on certain advantages that allowed him to take the initiative and predict events with godly foresight. However, Balsam was the president of Shamrock Enterprises Innerverse, and her schemes were far from ordinary. This included the sword sex Lu Qinjue's plan. If not for his destiny and background, he would have been played to death a long time ago. Scheming against others would eventually lead to being schemed against. Lu Yin was certain that he had been schemed against by Balsam at this moment. No matter what had happened at the Ross Empire's stronghold, Balsam had already confirmed something the moment his expression had changed after hearing Balsam's words. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked at Balsam with a much sharper gaze that was completely different from before. Since that was the case, then let's play it out and see who could outplay the other. Balsam frowned and stared at Lu Yin for half a minute. She only reacted when someone coughed and returned to her seat. Next, it was the others' turn to present their congratulatory gifts. At the Ross Empire's stronghold, the astral source pills that Shamrock Enterprises had sent had already arrived. The person in charge of delivering the pills was the Xiaoya King, the successor of Shamrock Enterprises. He had participated in the Star Tower contest and possessed the battle technique shifting stars and leaves, but it was not particularly outstanding. I'm sorry for taking the liberty to visit. My father has instructed me to present a new batch of astral source pills to the Great Eastern Alliance, the Xiaoya King said to Xianxia. Xianxia was surprised. We haven't reached an agreement with Shamrock Enterprises regarding the purchase of astral source pills. What is the meaning of this? Chapter 1773. Xiaoya King smiled. The astral source pills have been improved and they will soon be sold to the entire Fifth Mainland. Before that, I'll gift a batch to the Great Eastern Alliance, the Sword Sect, the Wen Clan, the Lingling Clan, and the others as a gesture of goodwill from Shamrock Enterprises. Xianxia understood. To put it bluntly, Balsam was trying to establish a good relationship with Lu Yin. Even though Shamrock Enterprises didn't need to do so, it was still a good idea to establish a good relationship with Lu Yin. This was an unspoken rule, but for some reason, Xianxia felt that something wasn't quite right. She thought back to her conversation with Balsam, and the topic that had been brought up the most was how Lu Yin had used the astral source pills. This was normal. What was the problem? With Xianxia's keen senses in the business world, she was certain that there was a problem wherever she felt there was a problem. After thinking about it for a while, she said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Little Leaf King. We'll accept the astral source pills, but the alliance leader isn't here. He has gone to the Gu Flow Zone as a guest. How about this? When he returns, we'll personally pay a visit to Shamrock Enterprises to express our gratitude. At the same time, the alliance leader is very interested in working with Shamrock Enterprises to research immortality, so we can discuss it together." The Little Leaf King's eyes flashed. "That's fine." He then paused for a moment before continuing. "Aside from completing my father's orders, I also want to stay here and wait for Alliance Head Lu. Back when we participated in the Star Tower contest, Alliance Head Lu's strength was shocking. I've also recently made some breakthroughs, so I want to ask Alliance Head Lu for some guidance. Don't worry, I won't disturb Alliance Head Lu. Xianxia was in a difficult position. The Xiaoya king frowned. Miss Qiong, is there something inconvenient? Or is it that the Rossi Empire's fortress does not allow outsiders to enter? Xianxia obviously could not refuse the Little Leaf King. In the distance, there was a continuous stream of people entering the Ross Empire's stronghold from the space station. Of course not, Director Little Leaf, please. The Little Leaf King nodded with a smile and followed Xianxia inside. With Little Leaf King's status, he was qualified to visit some areas that were not open to ordinary people. I've heard that Alliance Master Lu is fond of collecting strange plants. I have the same hobby as well. Can you bring me to take a look? Xianxia subconsciously refused. Even though she didn't know what the problem was, she knew that it was right to refuse the Little Leaf King's request. A cry of surprise came from afar. Everyone looked over and saw a big tree running crazily towards them. The tree branches were like a human's legs. It took large strides and ran around recklessly, causing chaos. Cultivators from the Great Eastern Alliance continued to arrive, but they were apprehensive about something and didn't attack. Quick, catch it. Catch that big tree that's running away. That's the Alliance Master's pet. Ballerer shouted as he chased after the big tree. With his shout, no one dared to make a move for fear of hurting the tree. Zhao Ran was still chasing after him. Don't run so fast. Big tree, stop. Stop. The Little Leaf King stared blankly at this scene. The giant tree was getting closer and closer, and it looked like it was about to break through all obstacles. Xianxia was speechless. He had heard of the big tree in the botanical garden. It was a tree that did not know fatigue and always wanted to escape. It was very famous here. She did not expect it to really escape. Director Yi, I'm sorry you had to see this, Xianxia said helplessly. Just as the Xiaoya king was about to say something, the astral origin pills in his bosom trembled. They tore open his clothes and charged toward the tree. The Xiaoya king's expression changed drastically, but he did not stop them. He allowed the astral origin pills to charge toward the tree. Soon after, a small sapling emerged from the crown of the tree and swallowed all the astral origin pills. The Little Leaf King's pupils shrank as he stared blankly. Xianxia saw it as well, and her heart sank. Something was wrong. Even though she did not know what the problem was, the Little Leaf King's expression. Furthermore, the scene of the sapling swallowing all the pills he had on him indicated that something was wrong. Director Yi, what's wrong? Xianxia hurriedly shouted as she moved forward to block the Little Leaf King's line of sight. The Little Leaf King looked past Xianxia at the approaching tree. He looked at the sapling that had clearly grown larger in the crown of the tree and said indifferently, nothing. It's very interesting. The banquet in Gu King City's imperial palace was still going on. There was an endless stream of congratulatory gifts, but apart from Shamrock Enterprises' astral origin pills, there was nothing special. It was not long before the banquet ended. Suddenly, a scream rang out, startling everyone present. Everyone looked in the direction of the scream and saw a pool of blood on the ground, as well as a person who had been beaten beyond recognition. Young Empress Qing frowned. What happened? The steward reported in a low voice, Your Majesty, this person was wandering outside the palace, and it was obvious that he was up to no good. I captured him and interrogated him. I wanted to bury him, but I didn't expect him to wake up and disturb Your Majesty. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Young Empress Qing waved her hand in disgust. Take him away. Yes, Your Majesty, Eunuch replied. Wait, Lu Yin called out. Everyone looked at him and their expressions changed. Lu Yin's expression was rather ugly, and it could even be said that he was emitting killing intent. Lu Yin rarely showed such an expression, but at this moment even when Sanxi and the rest were shocked. Even Ling Ke subconsciously wanted to flee. Young Empress Qing looked at Lu Yin. Alliance leader Lu, what is it? Eunuch coldly glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Eunuch. That person is Chong 5. Chong 5. Young Empress Qing did not understand and she looked at Eunuch. Eunuch was confused. Alliance leader Lu, how do you know this person? That's right, after interrogation this person is indeed called Chong 5. Why, is he related to Alliance leader Lu? Lu Yin's tone was icy, and there was an intense killing intent in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Eunuch Yi. Ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, many people have provoked me, including the young master of the Day-Night clan, who was once the uncrowned king of the Innerverse. However, all of them have died. Eunuch Yi sneered. What does Alliance Leader Lu mean by telling me this? I don't have the guts to provoke Alliance Leader Lu. Young Empress Qing spoke up. Is there some sort of misunderstanding, Alliance Leader Lu? Lu Yin's eyes widened and he suddenly attacked. A hollow palm traversed the void and descended in front of Eunuch Yi. Eunuch Yi did not react at all, and even with Eunuch Yi's abilities he could not see the hollow palm. Young Empress Qing raised a hand and blocked the attack. Eunuch Yi's personal strength exceeded 700,000, and when combined with his gu, his power level exceeded 800,000. Even so, blocking the hollow palm caused his hand to go numb and he was shocked. Lu Yin was clearly not even an envoy, but his physical strength was too terrifying. Even if Eunuch Yi did not specialize in physical strength, he was still not someone who could deal with someone who was not even an envoy. However, the difference was still too great, and even though his hand felt numb, Eunuch Yi was unable to move a single step. Eunuch Yi only reacted after young Empress Qing blocked the hollow palm. He had not expected Lu Yin to attack just like that. If not for young Empress Qing, he would have died. In that instant, Lu Yin's cold gaze and murderous intent filled Eunuch Yi with unprecedented fear. He had been acting like a tyrant in the Divine Gu dynasty, and he had never experienced such a thing before. An indescribable fear rose in his heart. This person really wanted to kill him. Young Empress Qing's eyes were filled with rage and her voice was loud and clear. Alliance Leader Lu, no matter what happens, this is still my Divine Gu dynasty and this is my palace. If you attack just like that, then you're looking down on me. Her shout shattered Lu Yin's spiritual force. Just now, Lu Yin had used his spiritual force to intimidate Eunuch Yi, planting a brand of fear in the man's heart. Lu Yin met young Empress Qing's gaze. If this wasn't the Divine Gu dynasty, then this person wouldn't have lived to this day. He then waved his hand and the half-dead Chongwu was brought over. Although Lu Yin was callous and had done many ruthless things when he had unified the Outerverse, he had rarely implicated others. Chong 5 had been implicated because of Lu Yin, as Chong 5 had been careless and had not settled down early enough, which had caused Chong 5 to suffer. The others watched as Lu Yin fed the pill to Chong Wu, and they all began to speculate about his relationship with Lu Yin. Alliance Leader Lu, you need to give me an explanation for this, young Empress Qing said in a low voice. She did not stop Lu Yin from saving Chong Wu. No matter the reason, Lu Yin had killed Eunuch Yi right in front of her, which was equivalent to slapping her in the face. Lu Yin turned to look at young Empress Qing. Your Majesty, you know my whereabouts like the back of your hand. Don't you know that this person brought me around Gu King City? He's the person I've interacted with the most in the city. This person is naturally timid and would never dare to approach the imperial palace. Yet he was captured and tortured by a servant for the crime of loitering around the palace. This is a slap to my face. Young Empress Qing looked at Eunuch Yi and asked sternly, is that true? Eunuch Yi wanted to quibble, but when he looked up at Lu Yin, the panic in his heart surged. He was so frightened that he went limp and did not dare to argue. Many people were disappointed as this person was too useless. If he had denied it in front of everyone, would Lu Yin have been able to force a confession out of him? This was the Divine Gu dynasty, not the Great Eastern Alliance. As long as there was no evidence, either Lu Yin or young Empress Qing would not be able to get out of the situation. Many people sighed inwardly. What a pity. The Great Eastern Alliance had entered the Innerverse, and the Sword Sect and other powers had responded to it because they did not wish to join the Great Eastern Alliance. Many of the people who had been invited to the Divine Gu dynasty had come from those flow zones, and they all hoped that Lu Yin and young Empress Qing would completely fall out. However, when they saw Eunuch Yi's cowardly appearance, many shook their heads. There was no hope. Young Empress Qing shouted angrily and glared at Eunuch Yi. Impudent! How dare you offend Alliance Leader Lu? He is an esteemed guest of the Divine Gu dynasty, and he's not someone you can offend. She then waved her hand and Eunuch Yi was sent flying. No one knew what poison or gu he had been poisoned, but the man frantically clawed at his skin as he screamed miserably. Lu Yin looked on coldly as this was just an act. Anyone else would have died long ago. This eunuch Yi was truly favored by young Empress Qing, or rather this incident had been arranged by young Empress Qing in the first place. Lu Yin took a sip of wine. The screams were still mournful and young Empress Qing looked at Lu Yin. She stood up and apologized. Alliance leader Lu, it's my fault for not disciplining him properly which led to such an evil incident. I apologize to Alliance leader Lu. Lu Yin was indifferent. It doesn't matter. I've seen many and there's one on the other side as well. Mr. Yu raised an eyebrow as Lu Yin was referring to him. The Weasel Prince was speechless as this guy's ability to provoke others was not small. No matter what, this incident was my fault. As an apology, Alliance leader Lu can choose any item from the treasury as compensation. I hope that Alliance leader Lu will not refuse, young Empress Qing said sincerely. Chapter 1774. Lu Yin's eyes lit up when he heard Xiao Huangqing's words. Compensation? Pick anything? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Huangqing nodded. That's right. Regardless of whether it's the treasury or my personal collection, as long as Alliance leader Lu likes it, you can take it as compensation. Although the Divine Gu dynasty rarely interacts with the outside world, we are not inhospitable. If news of what happened today spreads, it will be a loss of face for the Divine Gu dynasty. Little Mountain God gritted his teeth and stared at Xiao Huangqing. What was this guy trying to do? Was he going to deal with Lu Yin or not? When Yao and the others couldn't see through Xiao Huangqing, but no matter how he dealt with Lu Yin, it had nothing to do with the Wen family. Since your majesty is so generous, I won't be polite. Lu Yin was in a good mood. Who wouldn't like something that was free? He wanted to see if he could find anything useful. Xiao Huangqing immediately ordered someone to bring Lu Yin to the treasury. He wanted to take care of the others but Lu Yin refused. I want him to take me. Lu Yin was referring to Yi. Xiao Huangqing's eyes flashed. Alliance leader Lu, this kind of person will be punished severely. There's no need to trouble you. Lu Yin laughed. Don't worry, I'm not going to deal with him. I'm just leading the way. Your Majesty, rest assured that I won't do anything to him. He's not worth breaking my promise. Xiao Huangqing glanced at Yi, who was still screaming, and nodded. All right. He then looked at the man sternly. Take Alliance leader Lu to the treasury. If you value anything, you can take it. Yi's skin had been torn apart by his own scratches, and he looked extremely miserable. His eyes were filled with fear and his arms and body were covered in blood. Yes, your Majesty. This servant understands. At that moment Chong Wu woke up and the first person he saw was Lu Yin. He thought that he was dreaming and gritted his teeth. It's all your fault. I was tortured because of you. I'm already dead but you still won't let me go. It's all because of you. Everyone looked at him sympathetically. This guy was really unlucky and he had been completely implicated. Lu Yin pursed his lips. You're not dead. Take a good look at where you are. Chong Wu was stunned and quickly looked around. He saw Xiao Huangqing sitting nearby who had the highest status. He then saw the miserable Yi and everyone else around him. What about the injuries? What happened to his injuries? His injuries were quickly healed by Lu Yin's upgraded pills, and even he himself couldn't believe it. Men, send him out. Don't make things difficult for him in the future, said Qing Shaohuang. Chong 5 stared blankly at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with helplessness. Lu Yin nodded. Go. No one will make things difficult for you in the future. Chong 5 was taken away in a daze. From the beginning to the end he did not know what had happened. However, from then on his fate changed. Whether it was good or bad he did not know. Some people were sure that his future would not be good, while others were sure that his future was bright. Under the steward's guidance, Lu Yin left the banquet and headed for the treasury. The treasury was located in a spatial tear in a corner of the palace, and it was guarded by several enlighters. There were also countless unknown defensive measures, the most common of which was Gu. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing what was in the Divine Gu dynasty's treasury. Yi Guan was trembling in front of him. He was no longer as arrogant and despotic as before. Facing a person who could really kill him at any time, he was trembling as he walked. As you wish, Lu Yin suddenly spoke up. Yi Guan's body trembled and he slowly bowed. Lu, Alliance leader Lu. Lu Yin looked at him with a deep gaze. Does Qing Shaohuang know that you captured Chong 5? Yi Guan was shocked and his face went pale. His Majesty, of course His Majesty does not know. Lu Yin looked at him for a while. Is that so? The two continued towards the treasury, and before long, they had crossed almost half of the palace when an indescribably terrifying spiritual force swept out. It instantly swept through Gu King City, causing the sky to change color. Qing Shaohuang suddenly stood up and her expression changed. Not good. She was not the only one to sense this spiritual force, as everyone else felt it as well. This spiritual force came from the second Night King. As the spiritual force wreaked havoc, a resentful voice spread throughout Gu King City. Brat, you didn't think that I would be waiting for you here, did you? I told you that I would capture you and bring you to the Daoist clan's ancestral land's stone tablet to torture you for 10,000 years. After that, an even more terrifying spiritual force exploded in the void and destroyed Gu King City's defenses. On Gu King City's walls, the strange toads instantly exploded, and the poisonous gas that had been protecting the city turned into droplets that rained down. This time Qing Shaohuang's expression truly changed. If this poisonous rain fell on Gu King City, not many people would be able to survive. He cursed under his breath and immediately took action, reversing the poisonous rain above the city. Grand Tutor Yuan and the rest were shocked, but they did not even have a chance to act. Second Night King, aren't you afraid that the head inquisitor will find you? Lu Yin's anxious voice traveled into everyone's ears. Following that, the palace building between Lu Yin's voice and the banquet was destroyed. Everyone was pushed aside by the strong wind, and they subconsciously looked over. The second Night King raised a hand and pressed down on Lu Yin. You don't have a chance. The void froze and then shattered, allowing everyone to see the astral source universe. This was the might of the second Night King's spiritual force, and in the eyes of countless people, regardless of their cultivation, they were like ants. Lu Yin's eyes went wide and he raised his head to face the spiritual force head-on. He stepped forward like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, but he was also like a stubborn rock facing a storm. This attack had been part of Qing Shaohuang's plan, but it had also been ordered by Lu Yin. He was the one who had sent the second Night King. Gu King City's defenses had been easily destroyed by the second Night King's spiritual force, which was Lu Yin's goal. At the same time, he also wanted to see how much he could resist the second Night King. With the pressure of the second Night King's spiritual force, Lu Yin began to recite the primogenitor's scripture. At that moment, the world around them changed. At that moment, whether it was when Sansi, Ling Gong, Grand Preceptor Yuan, Prince Ruan, or even young Empress Qing and the second Night King, their spiritual force was unconsciously affected. It was as if they had heard a voice from ancient times. Under the long river of time from the beginning of humanity to the present day, everything had converged into a single voice. It was like a prayer or a chant that traveled into everyone's ears, forming the sound of heaven and earth. The second Night King's pupils shrank and he looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. He did not know where the voice was coming from, nor did he know who was affecting him, but he guessed that it was definitely Lu Yin. What had he done? He had clearly increased the power of his spiritual force to the same level as when he had knocked Lu Yin unconscious in Xianxia's ruins, but it had been completely useless. Young Qing's giant two-headed centipede soared out from his back, which was his gu. As the two-headed centipede charged out, its body grew infinitely larger and hovered above Gu King City, casting a shadow over the city. Second Night King, leave Gu King City. The second Night King set aside his distracting thoughts. He did not care where the voice that was affecting him came from, as it did not pose a threat to him at the moment. Young Qing, this has nothing to do with you. He then raised a finger and pointed out. The two-headed centipede wailed as one of its heads exploded. Immortal guides the way. An intense chill descended and froze Gu King City. Young Qing was furious. He had given the second Night King a chance to kill Lu Yin, but he had also warned him not to affect Gu King City. However, the second Night King's two attacks had caused Gu King City to suffer heavy losses. Many enlighters within Gu King City tried to defend themselves against the chill, but they were all frozen as well. Helpless, young Qing tore open the void and allowed the chill to enter the astral source universe. Golden battle force appeared on Lu Yin's body. Second Night King, the head judge's cultivation is shocking and he can appear at any time. Why aren't you leaving? The second Night King coldly replied, I'll skin you alive today. Then an even more terrifying spiritual force transformed into a sharp blade that slashed down. The Night King heaven-splitting technique had not been part of Lu Yin's calculations, as it had been a test by the second Night King. If he had wanted to, he could have used the sealed cage technique to dispel it, but he did not. This attack did not have a power level of 700,000, and it only looked shocking. He wanted to use his own strength to resist it and see how far the primogenitor's scripture could push him. The spiritual force blade slashed towards Lu Yin, slicing through space as it shot out from the astral source universe. Lu Yin raised his arms and unleashed a series of empty palms, but they were all reduced to nothingness by the spiritual force blade. He had underestimated the second Night King. Even though he was an enlighter and could fight against an emissary, the second Night King was not an ordinary battle technique. The Night King heaven-splitting technique was a battle technique that could silence an entire era. All of Lu Yin's techniques were useless against the second Night King's Night King heaven-splitting technique. In the end, the spiritual force blade swept past. Everyone stared blankly. Was Lu Yin dead? Xiao Huangqing, little mountain god, and the rest were all excited, hoping that Lu Yin would die. Yuan Miaomiao was so nervous that her fingers had turned white. Yuehua Mavis' expression turned grave. That was an attack from the second Night King, an ancient powerhouse. Mr. Yu gritted his teeth and watched on excitedly. It'd be best if he died. But in the end, Lu Yin slowly raised his head and looked directly at the second Night King. You were too heavily injured before, so you can't kill me. He then took out a blood-red bell, which was the head inquisitor's token, and gently shook it. Ding ding ding. Everyone felt as if a giant hand had replaced everything they had seen, and it crushed down on them. It was the head inquisitor's strength. The second Night King's eyes flickered, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled and his face was deathly pale. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. The head inquisitor's token. What are you waiting for, Xiao Huangqing? Let's kill Lu Yin together and no one will know that you did it. Lu Yin suddenly turned around and glared at Xiao Huangqing, his eyes cold. Xiao Huangqing was shocked and furious. What nonsense are you spouting, second Night King? The second Night King growled. Kill him and say that I killed him. No one will trace it back to you. That's what we agreed on before. As long as the result doesn't change, we'll kill everyone else. The others were shocked and they all looked at Xiao Huangqing warily. Xiao Huangqing gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Nonsense, second Night King. Lu Yin raised the blood-red bell again. The second Night King couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, and his eyes were bloodshot. Xiao Huangqing, if you don't kill him now, you'll regret it. He then tore through the void and disappeared. Lu Yin ignored the second Night King's departure and instead stared at Xiao Huangqing, his eyes filled with vigilance and killing intent. Chapter 1775. Half of the palace had been destroyed, and the two-headed centipede had returned to its original position. The poisonous rain had been scattered all around King of Gu City, causing the area to become barren and desolate. Below the centipede, the cold aura of Immortal guides the way slowly dissipated. At this moment it wasn't just Lu Yin. Yuehua Mavis, Wen Yao and the rest all stared at young King Qing with wary eyes. Young King Qing met Lu Yin's gaze and said, Alliance leader Lu, the divine Gu dynasty invited you here without any ill intentions. Otherwise it would be a slap to my own face. You don't believe the second Night King's words, do you? Lu Yin's expression darkened. Why would the second Night King appear in the palace? An ambush on the way to the treasury? Young King Qing, don't tell me that this is all a coincidence. Young King Qing's eyes narrowed. With the second Night King's strength, there's nothing in the universe that can trap him. Even Kun's escaped. Alliance leader Lu, you were there as well, so you should know how powerful the second Night King is. But he was heavily injured by the Inquisitor and he can't even use half of his strength. He can't even kill me, so how could he have entered the palace without you knowing? Lu Yin shouted. Everyone looked at young King Qing. Indeed, while the second Night King seemed powerful, he was only strong in appearance. If he couldn't even kill Lu Yin, how could he have hidden from young King Qing? If the second Night King really had the strength to hide from young King Qing, then how could he not have killed Lu Yin? The second Night King attacked me, and with your strength, you should have been able to protect King of Gu City while dealing with him at the same time. But you didn't, and you didn't even try to stop the second Night King from escaping. You were the one who cooperated with the second Night King from start to finish. Lu Yin shouted again. Young King Qing's eyes widened and he wanted to say something, but Lu Yin continued. The divine Gu dynasty was established with the help of the Night King clan, and your Qing family's ancestors were indebted to them. Am I right? The 3 consecutive questions left young King Qing speechless. This was the truth. Young King Qing had never thought that the second Night King would not be able to kill Lu Yin. Not only that, he had even exposed Lu Yin. He had never expected the second Night King to expose him at the last moment. But he couldn't understand how Lu Yin had managed to block the second Night King's killing intent. Even a fool could tell that the second Night King and young Queen Qing had some sort of relationship. This was also why Lu Yin had sent the second Night King to young King Qing's side. Young Empress Qing, you must give me an explanation. Otherwise, from this moment on, the Divine Gu dynasty will become the enemy of my Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin threatened. Imperial Tutor Yuan hurriedly stepped forward. Alliance Master Lu, please don't jump to conclusions before things are clear. The second Night King is proficient in spiritual force, and he could have easily controlled others to bring him into the palace. Yes, control. He then pointed at the unconscious eunuch Yi. It's that servant. Everything was caused by that servant. He was the one who captured Chong Wu and forced Alliance leader Lu to take action. That's why the Qing Emperor was willing to compensate you. The compensation for the national treasury might have been part of Manager Lu's plan, and all of this was orchestrated by the second Night King. His words caused young Empress Qing's eyes to light up. That's right. Before this, that servant did tell me that Alliance Master Lu has an unusual fondness for resources. If he accidentally offended you, he could let Alliance Master Lu go to the National Treasury to choose what you like. That's why I thought of sending you there. Now that I think about it, it's all because of that servant. Lu Yin sneered. How can a servant influence your decision? Do you think I'm an idiot? Young Empress Qing's eyes darkened. Alliance Master Lu, I've already explained everything that needs to be explained. What else do you want? Lu Yin raised his head. Seal off the Gu flow zone. No one is allowed to enter or leave until we find out the truth. Everyone we investigate. He then stared at young Empress Qing. Including you, Empress Qing. Young Empress Qing was furious. Lu Yin, don't be impudent. This is Gu King's city. Imperial Tutor Yuan hurriedly said, Alliance Master Lu, there's no need to be so extreme. The Jackal Prince's heart thumped. He had a good understanding of Lu Yin, and he knew that this guy was not someone to be trifled with. The little mountain god was so happy that he was about to jump up and down. Their main goal in coming here was to incite the Divine Gu dynasty to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. Now, it seemed that they did not even need to do so, as Lu Yin had already stirred up trouble himself. This guy was really stupid. Even if young Empress Qing and the second Night King wanted to kill him, he still had to endure it. Wasn't this just making enemies for no reason? Who said that Lu Yin was smart? Lu Yin coldly asked, how long has it been since someone tried to assassinate me like this? If I don't do anything, then others will think that I'm easy to bully. This is Gu King's city, so the Divine Gu dynasty needs to give me an explanation that I'm satisfied with. Otherwise, no one from this Gu flow zone will be able to leave. Young Empress Qing slowly clenched her fists, but Imperial Tutor Yuan was still trying to dissuade her. Suddenly, the two-headed Garuda descended from the sky, its body rapidly shrinking as it circled around the palace. Then its head and tail connected as it suddenly descended, trapping Lu Yin in the middle. Lu Yin hurriedly attacked and unleashed a series of empty palm attacks, but it was useless. Young Empress Qing's combination with her Gu allowed her to unleash a terrifying power level of over 800,000, which was not something that Lu Yin could deal with. Lu Yin was trapped in the middle by the two-headed Garuda, forming a cage. Young Empress Qing had really attacked Lu Yin. Everyone was shocked, especially those from the Innerverse large and small flow zones. They knew that things had gotten out of hand, and the Divine Gu dynasty was openly joining forces with the Sword Sect and the other powers. The Innerverse was about to face off against the Divine Gu dynasty, but that was assuming that Lu Yin could survive. Young Empress Qing probably would not dare to kill Lu Yin since his background was too deep. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Grand Tutor Yuan was shocked, and he hurriedly tried to persuade young Empress Qing. Yuan Miao Miao's face paled and she covered her mouth. Qing Long Long, Prince Weasel and the others' hearts sank. Young Empress Qing's attack meant that there was no turning back for Lu Yin. The Divine Gu dynasty and the Great Eastern Alliance were about to go to war. Young Empress Qing ignored the Grand Tutor and turned to look at Li Zimo. Sword Sect, Either you take action and deal with the Great Eastern Alliance while my Divine Gu dynasty traps Lu Yin, or my Divine Gu dynasty will join the Great Eastern Alliance and help Lu Yin unify the Innerverse. Choose now. Elder Lianxin had entered the Divine Gu dynasty to persuade young Empress Qing to join forces with the Sword Sect to deal with the Great Eastern Alliance. But now, due to the Second Night King's unforeseen circumstances, young Empress Qing had no choice but to make a choice. She could either completely fall out with Lu Yin and start a war, or she could apologize. Given Lu Yin's temperament, the Divine Gu dynasty had to join the Great Eastern Alliance. There was no third option, and young Empress Qing had been forced into this. Her initial plan had only been to poison Lu Yin, and she had succeeded in doing so. The Second Night King had only attacked Lu Yin to return a favor to the Day-Night clan. If she had been lucky, then the Second Night King would have killed Lu Yin, and the universe would not have so many problems. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that the Second Night King would expose her. She was a powerhouse with a power level of over 800,000, but she had been forced into two choices. What does Your Majesty Empress Qing want to do? Li Zimo asked as he was representing Elder Lianxin. Young Empress Qing's gaze swept across the crowd. Most of the people here are from the inner universe. Most of the people in the universe view the Great Eastern Alliance as their enemy. I, young Empress Qing, have been forced to this point by Lu Yin. He forced my Divine Gu dynasty to become his enemy, and since that's the case, my Divine Gu dynasty has nothing to fear from the Great Eastern Alliance. Contact sect leader Lu and tell him to act according to our previous plan. I want the Great Eastern Alliance to not have a single enlighter. Everyone will vanish, and no matter how many people they have, they'll still be nothing more than ants. All right, Li Zimo hurriedly replied. The little mountain god was excited. We've been waiting for a long time. Don't worry, Your Majesty Empress Qing. Ling Gong looked at Lu Yin, who was still trapped inside the two-headed centipede compound, with a complicated expression on his face. He could only blame himself for being too arrogant. From now on, even if the Great Eastern Alliance no longer existed with his background, no one would dare to provoke him. Just focus on your cultivation. There were too many important figures behind Lu Yin, but everyone knew that as long as Lu Yin's life was not in danger, those important figures would not take action. What happened to the Great Eastern Alliance had nothing to do with them. This was also the plan that Elder Lianxin had discussed with young Empress Qing when she had first entered the Divine Gu dynasty. They wanted to completely eliminate all enlighters in the Great Eastern Alliance. Once there were no enlighters left, how could the Great Eastern Alliance resist the Innerverse? Just relying on Lu Yin alone was not realistic. The smaller flow zones could suppress the Great Eastern Alliance, such as the Northline flow zone. Northgate Taisui alone could deal with everyone aside from Lu Yin, so what was the point of the Great Eastern Alliance existing? Moonlight Mavis and the others sat quietly, as the matters of the Innerverse had nothing to do with them. Mr. Yi was gloating. Balsam looked at the two-headed centipede compound. What was Lu Yin thinking? With this person's personality, he would not be too radical. However, everything that he had done just now seemed to have intentionally forced young Empress Qing into an opposing position. What exactly was he planning? Only those who understood the Great Eastern Alliance the best knew that Lu Yin was not the only person who wanted to deal with him. There was also the person behind him. The so-called person behind him was not just the important figures who were inextricably linked to Lu Yin, but also the three intelligent people. Xianxia had allowed the Great Eastern Alliance to become increasingly wealthy. Not only did they not need Lu Yin's funding, but they could also rely on their economy to suppress their enemies. Wei Rong was adept at scheming outside of the battlefield. The Sixth Mainland had opened up Ironblood Weave's battlefield because of him, which had given the Great Eastern Alliance some breathing room. This scheme to deal with the Divine Gu dynasty had come from Wang Wen, as well as Lu Yin's own hidden strength. Lu Yin had both strength and intelligence, but most people tended to overlook intelligence and only consider strength. Several days later, outside of the blazing mist flow zone, Lu Qinjue, Ling Qiu and the mountain god appeared. There was also an unfamiliar envoy-level powerhouse who was an expert from the Phoenix family, Abel Phoenix. Finally, a graceful figure walked out. It was Madame Yu, the master of the secluded court. Everyone, from today onwards, there will be no more enlighters in the Great Eastern Alliance. We will return peace to the Innerverse, Lu Qinjue announced loudly. After that, the 5 envoys broke into the astral source universe and headed towards the blazing mist flow zone. At the Divine Gu dynasty's palace, everyone who had attended the banquet returned to their residences. However, they were not allowed to leave Gu King City, as the young empress was not allowed to divulge what had happened over the past few days. They could only leave after the matter with the Great Eastern Alliance was completely resolved. Even Li Zimo and the others were not allowed to leave. Within the two-headed centipede compound, Lu Yin was very calm. Everything had gone as he had expected, and he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. The outer verse had long since been unified, so it was time for the inner verse to be unified. Chapter 1776. From the moment that Lu Huang and the second Night King had been brought out of Kun's swamp, the inner verse's fate had been sealed. It sat there calmly, its two heads moving slowly as it exuded a pressure that would cause ordinary cultivators to tremble. On the ground, the specks of light reflected by the two-headed centipede slowly condensed, and a familiar cold aura descended. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes, but he could not see any rune lines. However, he was familiar with this feeling. This was half a set, which meant that it was one of the 7 sky gods. "Is the Cape Galaxy incident related to you?" a cold voice asked. It seemed to be speaking right next to his ear, and he could not tell if it was a man or a woman. Lu Yin did not turn around as he knew that he could not see. "Cape Galaxy? It has nothing to do with me. Where were you when Xianxia died?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Who are you?" "I'll ask and you'll answer." "It's not up to you to ask me." Lu Yin sneered. "What if I don't answer?" "Then die." Lu Yin laughed. "You don't care about the sorcerer god's plan? Which of the 7 sky gods are you?" "It's not the sorcerer god or He Wuxian. He's on the other side of the 5th mainland. I'm the Forgotten Ruins deity." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Forgotten Ruins deity? Why are you here?" "Is the Cape Galaxy incident related to you?" the Forgotten Ruins deity asked again. Lu Yin coldly replied, "It has nothing to do with me." "Where were you when Xianxia died?" the Forgotten Ruins deity asked again. It was the same question, but this time Lu Yin answered, "I was in seclusion." "Where is he going to cultivate in seclusion?" "Planet Aegis." "Why did you go there?" The Forgotten Ruins deity clearly hesitated as he had not expected Lu Yin to give such an answer. They had investigated and found that Lu Yin was definitely not at the border between the Great Eastern Alliance and the 6th mainland when Xianxia died. The Forgotten Ruins deity had expected Lu Yin to answer that he was there, which meant that Lu Yin was hiding something. Lu Yin took a deep breath and said, "In any case, the Cape Galaxy incident has nothing to do with me. As for why I went into seclusion on planet Aegis, it has nothing to do with you. Stay away from me. The Great Eastern Alliance has been attacked, and the Innerverse wants to exterminate all cultivators above and lighters. You won't have anyone you can use, including Wang Wen and the others," the Forgotten Ruins deity said. "So, you have to help me," Lu Yin mocked. "It's not impossible. Then I'll help you become the universe's public enemy. We have our ways as long as you hand over that thing." Lu Yin frowned. "What? Something from the Horn Galaxy?" "I've already said that I have nothing to do with the Horn star system. Lu Xiaoxuan's identity has been exposed. Perhaps due to certain reasons, they won't become an obstacle to you, but they won't help you either. Even if the Neoverse wants to help you, it'll be too late. The Great Eastern Alliance will become a pile of loose sand. Do you wish for the Great Eastern Alliance that you worked so hard to establish to disappear? How will we fight against the 4-way scale in the future?" God of Forgotten Ruins asked. "As long as you hand over that item, we can protect everything that belongs to you. We can even help you unify the Innerverse as quickly as possible. How many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? What happened in Cape Horn has nothing to do with me. I have nothing to give you. Tell me the real reason why you went to Aegis for seclusion. You know that even if you don't tell us, we can still find out," the God of Forgotten Ruins said. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment before helplessly replying, "There's an entrance to the Mysterium sect within Aegis." The God of Forgotten Ruins was confused. "The Mysterium sect? An ancient sect that contains an aura of death," Lu Yin said. He wasn't afraid that the Neo-Human Alliance would discover the aura of death, as he still had Kun Zhe. If he didn't tell them the truth, the Neo-Human Alliance would keep an eye on him, which would make things even more troublesome for him. Furthermore, the Neo-Human Alliance's eternal kingdom contained an aura of death, so it wouldn't make a difference if there was one more or one less. The god of Forgotten Ruins was astonished. Aura of Death? The Mysterium sect has Aura of Death? I remember now, the Mysterium sect. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Is the Mysterium sect very famous? The god of Forgotten Ruins did not answer. I can trust 30% of your words. Lu Yin's face twitched. Why not 10%, 70%, and I need to verify it personally? Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. The god of Forgotten Ruins was about to attack him. He didn't know what the god of Forgotten Ruins had, but he was still one of the 7 sky gods. Suddenly, the 2 heads were crushed before they could even cry out. Behind Lu Yin, a scale appeared beneath the feet of the figure condensed from light. The god of Forgotten Ruins was supported by one end of the scale while the other end was covered in endless darkness. In the distance, young King Qing coughed up blood. The death of the 2 heads was a huge blow to him. He stared at the endless darkness in shock, his eyes flickering. That was the Interstellar Arbitration's head judge. Ding ding ding. Lu Yin suddenly turned around and saw the scale supporting the condensed light. The other end of the scale was in the darkness and he was delighted. Lord Judge. The scale represented judgment. The god of Forgotten Ruins' voice was extremely cold. You're not even a half-ancestor, yet you want to judge a half-ancestor? Qingping, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you can deal with the 7 sky gods? A calm voice rang out from the darkness. Judgment laws, inner world. The moment the voice finished speaking, the boundless darkness suddenly vanished and was replaced by a clear and bright sky. It was clear and pure, and it replaced the sky of the Xingu continent as well as the Gu Flow Zone's starry sky. It was as if the stars in the sky had shifted. Lu Yin was shocked. This was changing the sky. The god of Forgotten Ruins slowly rose up, and the scale pressed down on the head judge. You haven't even become a half-ancestor, but you've already cultivated an inner world? No, this isn't an inner world. It's just a manifestation of your cultivation, but it's comparable to a half-ancestor's inner world. Qingping, I can't let you live today. The god of Forgotten Ruins was in disbelief as he shouted. The sky was clear and lightning appeared in the pure sky, forming a crack that split the sky apart. Following that, countless blurry sounds appeared, accompanied by the descent of a piece of land that pressed down on the scale. The scale shifted, and the god of Forgotten Ruins descended while the head judge was raised up. Lu Yin watched on nervously. The head judge was not a half-ancestor, but he wanted to compete with a half-ancestor's inner world. His opponent was one of the 7 sky gods, and it seemed like the 7 sky gods were not as simple as half-ancestors. Even though Lu Yin had confidence in the head judge, he was not so sure anymore. This senior of his was too daring. Rumble. The land pressed down on the scale, pushing the god of Forgotten Ruins down, but it was unable to destroy the scale. The god of Forgotten Ruins was shocked. Since it can't be destroyed, then I'll use your own rules to judge you. With that, the scale fell faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, the god of Forgotten Ruins was level with the head judge. Lu Yin clenched his fists and a blood-red bell appeared in his hand. He pondered for a moment before shaking it. In the distance, Xiao Huangqing was equally nervous. On one side was the head judge of the Interstellar Court, who was rumored to be Lu Yin's backer, while on the other side was one of the Neo-Human Alliance's 7 sky gods. However, neither side would benefit him and he hoped that both sides would suffer. Qingping, you must die today. You asked for it. The god of Forgotten Ruins was pleased with himself as he pressed down. On the other side, the head judge's voice rang out. Your weakness is too obvious. How can this body's inner world withstand my judgment? With that, the scale stopped, and the bright sky once again enveloped the Gu Flow Zone. On this day, the Gu Flow Zone's wonders would forever be recorded in the annals of history. Even the darkness of space was replaced by the bright sky. Following that, the head judge slowly descended, and the scale's judgment shifted in a direction unfavorable to the god of Forgotten Ruins. The specks of light that the god of Forgotten Ruins had gathered slowly dissipated. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't have exposed myself. Today your exposure is the cause and in the future your death will be the effect. With that, the specks of light completely disappeared and one end of the scale was empty. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. The god of Forgotten Ruins had left and he did not know if he had been defeated. If he had been defeated, then the head judge was too powerful. Even a half-progenitor could only chase away one of the 7 sky gods, but his senior had directly judged him. The scale disappeared and so did the bright sky. It was still that familiar darkness. Lu Yin hurried forward. "Greetings, head judge." Xiao Huangqing also hurried forward, her voice weak. "Greetings, head judge." Within the palace, Grand Tutor Yuan, Prince Ruan Qing Longlong, and the rest of the Divine Gu dynasty's people all paid their respects. Following that, Wen Yao, Balsam and the rest all came forward to pay their respects to the head judge. Everyone was bewildered as they did not understand why the head judge would appear here. Xiao Huangqing was the most apprehensive, as there had always been rumors that Lu Yin's background was as powerful as the heavens. The Hall of Honor, the Interstellar Arbitration, the Board of Governors, and even a peak half-progenitor were all his backers. That was why many people had been so cautious when dealing with him, and it was also because of this that Xiao Huangqing had not tried to kill Lu Yin. He had thought that no matter how powerful those backers were, as long as they did not harm Lu Yin's life, they would not act. He had never expected the head judge to appear to protect Lu Yin. What was their relationship? Just how powerful was Lu Yin's background? Why did the 7 sky gods appear? The head judge asked. Even though they could not see him, everyone knew that he was asking about Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, "The god of forgotten ruins wants to know if this junior has anything to do with the Horn Galaxy incident. Is there a connection?" The head judge asked again. Lu Yin did not hesitate. "No connection." The head judge fell silent. Xiao Huangqing could not hold back any longer. "Head judge, it is the Divine Gu dynasty's honor that you have come, but the palace has been destroyed. Please forgive this junior's rudeness. May I know why you are here?" The head judge calmly replied, "The Neo-Human Alliance." "You already knew that the 7 sky gods would appear?" Xiao Huangqing could not understand. Lu Yin answered, "It wasn't the 7 sky gods. I was the one who invited you here." He met Xiao Huangqing's gaze and his lips curled up. "You should know why." Xiao Huangqing's gaze turned sinister. The Interstellar Arbitration represents the Hall of Honor, and it is the highest authority that upholds human order. The head judge is also the representative of humanity's fair and just judgment. "You would not come to my Gu flow zone just to help you." Lu Yin laughed as this fellow was trying to use righteousness to bind the head judge. At the head judge's level, righteousness was nothing more than a shackle that bound themselves. Righteousness was meaningless to them, and even if the head judge openly helped Lu Yin deal with the Innerverse's various powers, no one would be able to say anything. Lu Yin's expression changed. "This junior did not invite you here for a personal grudge, but to report that the Divine Gu dynasty is suspected of colluding with the Neo-Human Alliance.